9, chicas, son las 9.
No, son 9:05.
¿5?
Sí. Muy buenos días. Invitamos a los que están
Good morning.
detrás que pasen.
We would like to invite those who are sitting at the back to come forward. That way we can all be a bit closer.
Please come here, in the first place. Okay. Ahora sí en inglés. Okay. En principio, quiero agradecer a las autoridades.
I would like to begin by thanking the organizers and authorities of this Third World Congress for this invitation. It is such a pleasure to share with colleagues, who are far away, geographically speaking, but so close when speaking of shared values and shared spaces. Now, this panel, which I will be coordinating, has 3 presentations. The first will be presented by Ana María López Calvo de Feijóo. She is not here. Teresa Glikin will be the one who will read her work. Dr. López Calvo de Feijóo is a doctor in psychology from the University of Rio de Janeiro in Brazil. She is a professor and coordinator of the Laboratory of Phenomenology and Existential Psychology at this university. She is also the president of ALPI in Brazil. Each presentation will last for 15 minutes.
Bueno, buenos días. Para mí es un honor leer el trabajo de mi colega porque la respeto y la aprecio mucho y lamento que ella no pueda estar acá leyendo su trabajo.
So I will read my colleague's paper then. The Psychotherapeutic Relationship and Existential Dynamics, Eros and Keros. Many psychotherapists who have thought about the psychotherapeutic relationship have thought about the importance of empathy in that relationship. They thought about the importance of moralness in the clinical relationship. Rogers called that empathy an unconditional acceptance in psychotherapeutic relationship. And he also says that in order to develop what happens in the relationship, it would be necessary for the psychotherapist to be consistent. He refers to that relationship modality as unique, and he says that in order to speak of relationship, it is necessary to differentiate it from others. It is not a parent-child relationship, friend with friend, teacher and student, or doctor-patient. Rogers said in 1974, empathy was named in an attempt to clarify what happens in the relationship, but it is not always enough to actually say what it is. It seems that that something is of the order of what cannot be named. I venture to say that for empathy to appear, the clinical relationship is a loving experience that transcends love of self. Well then, what would a clinical relationship be in which one must love the other? Whoever wants to act clinically and make this task his or her fulfillment needs to let his or her love appear for the other. What do we understand by love? The ancient Greeks referred to love in its different modalities, eros and agape. Each of these designations refers to a different modality in which the love relationship takes place. Eros is a way of love that refers to the erotic, passionate, a voluptuous character of relationships. Eros in Greek mythology is a very handsome god with wings, and with his arrows he made people become passionate. He himself was afflicted by one of his arrows and fell in love with Psyche. She is a mortal who becomes immortal because of that union. That love means movement and strength. The word agape clearly expresses the idea of a feeling which is much higher than man's love for his neighbor. Agape love is that love which does not seek its own interest. It is a selfless, pure, and genuine love. That love does not falter, but is constant and remains strong to the last consequences. It is an invincible kind of love, capable of loving the most unworthy of men. Thus, agape love is not a mere feeling or emotion, but a voluntary and personal surrender that leads to full submission. For Christians, agape love has its origin in God's own love, a holy and sacrificial love. Throughout the New Testament, true Christians are exhorted to demonstrate agape love, to love as Christ loved. Joe 13:24. Does empathy in the clinical relationship propose to understand that the clinical relationship is a loving experience that transcends love for oneself? Does the one who wants to act clinically and make this task his fulfillment need to let his love appear for his neighbor? What kind of love are we talking about when we think of the clinical relationship? To further clarify what the clinical relationship is, let's call on Kierkegaard in this conversation. He says that love is a donation. It is what makes the link between eternity and temporality to exist. The link means relationship, a relationship between two terms, which occurs in tension of love, eros and agape. In Kierkegaard, the synthesis, eros and agape, has love as a donation. In conceiving the meaning of love as a donation, we will allude to an ethos, human habitation, quote unquote. The ethos of love is above all one's house alone. No matter how much this house or home suffers from the ferocious attempts of violators, it remains rigid, sheltering the one who wishes to be oneself. Love as a donation is a gift, in that its source is life itself. It is the force for the original source of all tasks. It is progress that carries, taking up as a possibility, the original force of love. Love is donation when it makes the link between eternity and temporality. Link means relationship, and relationship between two extremes that takes place under tension. The concept of love that we think of here and that presents itself in the clinical relationship is not honeyed, it's not romantic, according to Kierkegaard. It is not vague, spoiled, too sweet, repugnant. 421 is the page cited, but it is tender, soft and mild. It is tender without ceasing to be rigorous, and it is soft without ceasing to be firm. Everything will depend on who is touched by it. Love is like an instrument which is extremely sharp. with two sharpened humns. Having clarified all this, that is to say that for empathy to occur, love must be found, comes the question, what is love? Kierkegaard, in the Works of Love, tells us that love is unknowable, but on the other hand, knowable because of what it does by its works. The love relationship in Binswanger's Daseinalyse. During his phase based on Heideggerian phenomenology, Binswanger published this in 1942, the first edition of his work, Grundformen and Urkenntnisdaseins. In this book, he develops the ontology of being towards a social ontology. Binswanger declares in 1964 that the work contains the principles for a phenomenology of the psychotherapeutic situation in general, as well as in concrete terms. He says, here there is an organization of the space from one to the other that is one, and therefore indivisible, space of the infinite, inexhaustible, unfathomable, we of love. To confront forms of care, of concern, and occupation, Binswanger describes a mode of care in 1964 as an occupation beyond body boundaries, meaning to concede one's place in a meaningful context where one surrenders to the other one's space and the other receives the surrender. One relinquishes and moves away while the other assumes the place. In this way, the physician begins the investigation of being with the other who loves or love from spatiality. For Binswanger, love differs from occupation in the way one's own space is configured by not exercising violence, pressure, or use of power to overcome or suppress resistance. Without love, there is no growth or reduction of one's own space. There is no yielding or going after the place. There is an organization of space that is seen as indivisible from the one to the other, which is one. Binswanger, in 1964, page 26, said that he would draw on poetry and literature to justify that the language of love allows us to treat love as if we were speaking of an understanding of infinite spatiality without boundary, where lovers do not limit each other's space, but in a mutual creation of a space of freedom for each other that presents itself as a space of proximity and familiarity. The psychiatrist describes the spatial structure of one with the other, loving as follows. Just because in the we, I and you are already belonging to each other, I belong to that place where you are. I get to be where you are. I get to bring forth there where you are a place for me. I get to arrange your coming to be there, your being there, and having stayed there on my here. The factic orientation in the sense of here and there is only possible here because of the loving organization, the arranging of a space from one to the other, from the loving nose or from the loving otherness. But that does not mean that here two existences project themselves in an intentionally each time unilaterally constitution world, and it takes part in the mutual worlds, that is, without a deviation by the world or itself, arranging spaces. Binswanger thus constructs his concept of witherness, founded on the character of openness of the sane, including a we that allows the sharing of the world, where spatiality makes us differentiate beings from the inner world. According to his research on love, Vince Banger defines temporality on the basis of co-belonging of one to another that does not result from the mode of the relations of occupation established on a daily basis. The temporality of love returns in an eternal movement that restores to the sane its character of being able to be in us. Eternity here is marked by a demonstration. The phenomenon belongs to the phenomenal existence of love, to its structure of being, phenomenon of the temporal from present to the past and from the future to the future, of that essential insufficiency in the present and being dependent on the past and on the future. Conclusion. The clinical relationship requires patience without haste so that the beauty of the relationship can happen only by seeing without trying to explain it. Remember that by trying to contain in order to explain, the miracle disappears. It is important to highlight the beauty of the relationship itself. Miracle no longer as a wind that agitates, that produces discomfort, but as a breeze in which we find ourselves without having to imprison it, bringing tranquility, peace, typical of that which without the tension of logic, brings about the miracle of a relationship.
Buenos días para los que ahora ingresaron. A continuación.
Good morning for those of you who have just entered the room. After the last speech, we will be giving space for Q&A. Now let us continue with Dr. Marta Guberman, doctor in psychology from Argentina. She is a specialist in clinical psychology and psychodiagnosis, as we heard yesterday. The work that she will be presenting now is called The Failure of Experience in the World of Hysteria. An unsettling title. Well, I hope to fulfill your expectations. Good morning. Thank you for being here. In the classic text of psychopathology, hysterical neurosis is described as a non-bordered or a personality lacking a core. There is a constant search in the outside of something that cannot be found in the inside. They also coincide and that this search is based on a permanent lack of satisfaction that leads a personality like that to present constant psychosomatic symptoms. It is described as an over-physical expression of emotions and ideas. As for international classifications, based on the third edition of the DSM manual published in the 1980s, hysteria is described as a histrionic disorder. In later editions, it is characterized by excessive emotionality and the tendency to call attention on oneself, as well as another series of characteristics which, although helps us to describe the pathology, does not tell us much about its place in the world. From the more classic descriptions to the more modern ones, such as conversive, dissociative, etc. The truth is that in the field of the clinic work of existential therapy, it is presented as different ways of being in the world, whose phenomenological expressions bear naked the lack of corporeality and the lack of experience. Now let us look at the issue of experience. I tried to have my PowerPoint presentation both in Spanish and English, but I used Google Translate, so I ask you all to be tolerant. Now, experience is to feel affected by what we are living. It is what is occurring to me. That means that I am the vehicle of the experience. It is what is happening in my own corporality. From this corporality, the subject can consciously understand the world. The corp is a vehicle for being in the world, a vehicle because it is the means that allows for existence. Experience, therefore, is a reversible movement in the sense that there is an externalization, a going out of oneself that allows the encounter with what is going on. At the same time, it is an internalization because what is happening affects me. This reversible movement is what allows us to reveal the world, understand it, and find its different meanings, which allow us to access it, as well as to interpret it. As Merleau-Ponty expresses, the body is a knot of meanings because intentionality takes place within and for the body. That means that in experience, the whole person partakes, but mostly the body, because the vehicle, the embodiment, turns the body an organization that is assembled with the world and allows one not only to be present in the world, but also to meet others. A meeting that is not only physical, but also expressive. That is why when Merleau-Ponty says, I organize with my body an understanding of the world, he is expressing the fact that a body expresses the world executing possible movements within a specific context, within time and space. One of these behaviors is the symbolic behavior, which refers to the possibility of giving different meanings to what is established. That is where the difficulty lies relating to the mode of hysteria, because a body that is separated and isolated from the world turns into an object, and as such, it constitutes a different meaning within the relational web that characterizes it. It is one of the typical conversive phenomena. Now, this distortion of corporality involves existence itself, because as Merleau-Ponty says, body and existence presuppose each other. They cannot exist without one another. The body is the opening to the world, but also the creation of this world, an opening that is expressed in gestures, words, and movements. To sum up, the body is an expressive space which projects our subjectivity outwards. Body, space, and time, they involve each other because every intentional action requires a time expressed through the body in order to allow for movement. But what happens in the world of hysteria when corporality is split from existence? A body split from existence interweaves with a partialized and superficial space. That is why that mode of being separates beings. We cannot go deep into neither. It is the expectation. One expects the movements and words of others in order to interpret the world, even if the result is a limited and transitory world. Now, this disconnection between body, space, and time leads to the failure of existence, because one cannot understand and give shape to the world, not failure in the sense of a fault, of a mistake, but in the sense of not being able to realize the task that one sets out to accomplish. The hysterical mode fails in the task of living. What is described by classical books as a permanent lack of satisfaction is frustrated existence. The split between body and existence does not allow the historical mode of being to establish itself in space and acknowledge its own history. Therefore, experience itself fails, and in not acknowledging what is happening to it, it lacks goals and experiences that are determined by its own intimacy. It is a difficulty to exercise authenticity. That way, we also see an attitude of wanting to come out as more than what one is, and precisely the tragedy of being historical, as Lurch says, is the coexistence of existential hunger with existential impotence, the lack of proportion between inimical poverty and the desire to show something leads the person down a wrong path, externalizing in a way that lacks content. And it is always covered by a mask of Dasnai. Now, this difficulty to manifest oneself was also expressed in Mitwelt, because the historical subject cannot express its own limits in the relationship with others. In that sense, it is present only in an instrumental way. It is the object of an arbitrary and, at times, inconsiderate handling. In some, the hysterical body has no relation with Umwelt, with Mitwelt, the other as object, and the Eigenwelt in authenticity. In consequence, experience fails because a person cannot understand the world. I would like to also share with you an example of what I have been trying to transmit to you theoretically. I will talk about a patient who I will call Andrea. She is 20 years old, single, and she has a degree in business administration. She works as a counselor. She came to me because she fears losing her job. And she says, I quote, almost every morning I wake up in pieces and I cannot go to work. It is a verbal expression of a body that is separated from existence. We see that Umwelt is compromised. She said that she is very easily influenced, and that comment shows her expectations and what she expects from others. And she breaks down, saying, when she says that she does not know what she wants or what she likes. When asked about her personal relations, she says, I have many friends, and adds, too many. She also says that sometimes she has so many invitations, she does not know how to respond to all of them. She is in an emotional relationship for months, but she feels she's not that interested in it. When I ask her why she continues to be in the relationship, she says that she doesn't know, which shows a complete detachment from oneself. As for sexual relationship, she does not know what she wants. A body split from existence, the failure of existence itself. In a writing of 1974, it was said that when a person moves in a conscious way to acquire sexual pleasure, that can be considered a healthy quote unquote situation. However, the hysterical person cannot approach that because there is a lack of connection with oneself, as in the case with Andrea. We also see a superficiality in social relations, a strong lack of connection with her own body. So we see all three dimensions, Umwelt, Mitwelt, in the world of relationships, because she doesn't know how to respond adequately to them. And then also in Eigenwelt, her own world, for she cannot recognize her genuine feelings and desires. The question that as existential phenomenological therapists we can ask is, why is Andrea failing in her experience? The answer would be linked to mystery in the sense of therapy, but in the sense of diagnosis, we would risk to think that the foundation is a lack of commitment with her own life. In terms of Heidegger, we are talking about inauthenticity. When we realize that it is in the lack of connection with the body that the problem arises, we recommend certain physical exercises. At the same time, certain exercises that will help her strengthen her connection with her own self and manage to go deeper into certain interests. There she realized that she really enjoyed sports and that her work did not satisfy her, her job did not satisfy her. These two insights were very important. Personally, the lack of satisfaction led her to seek a different line of job, a different line of work. And we also started to work about going deeper into herself and how she related with her own experience. For now, the results are varied, but at least we have no physical symptoms. Thank you very much.
Bien, ahí estoy.
So, here I am. The last presentation I will give Isabel Perez Jauregui. I have a PhD in psychology from University del Salvador from the Argentine Republic, psychotherapist, existential psychotherapist, researcher in several universities. I work on psychotherapy and organizational psychology, labor psychology, special focus on labor stress and burnout syndrome. So, what is it that I would like to share with you? I would like to explore in the psychotherapeutic field the significance of dreams, the dreams of my patients, the significance in the sense that it can lead us to find an authentic self. So, can we start? I was inspired by my personal and therapeutic experience and expertise. I was inspired by a paper written by an existentialist, Rollo May, and a psychoanalyst, Leopold Kaligor. Together, they undertook this work. The psychoanalyst treating a patient as a psychotherapist, Caligor, and Rollo May analyzing the dreams of that patient, assessing the psychotherapeutic process without knowing anything about the patient, only her dreams. And they related or connected the findings between the two environments. I recommend the book. It's called Dreams and Symbols. Next, please. And of course, being in Greece, we had to talk about the gods. And Morpheus.
Este comienzo no me voy a extender.
So, I will not expand on this because I would like to talk more about certain contents related to dreams, and I brought as an example the dream of a patient so that we can think about this concept more in detail. So, we are embedded in this, in the mythology, and we understand how myths offer interpretations about our facts, experiences, events in the world, and how psychotherapy, psychiatry, psychology have used various terms derived from mythology to name phenomena that in their development have some similarities with different stories. Now here we talk about Morpheus, one of the 1,000 children of sleep, Hypnos and Night, Nyx. This god was entrusted with the mission of creating dreams for those who slept, sending them messages about their designs, purposes, or projects. In fact, Morpheus comes from the Greek word Morpheus, that comes from the meaning form, how or shape, how the purpose has to do with building a form, a shape. And Morpheus had the incredible ability to travel the world over and over again with his wings, fabricating fantasies for humans. So, a patient's dream. I don't want to give you any facts on purpose. The only fact is that it is a female patient. That's all I'm going to tell you about this. A patient's dream. A female patient's dream. Ex professo, on purpose, because the panelists that preceded me talked about the experience trying in today's world that denaturalizes the experience of living. We have to try to connect without prejudging, such as or based on biographical data, and try to get into peers. Yesterday I heard a lot the other speakers talking about the value of piercing into exploring, discovering, revealing. The dream is the following. I dreamt of a key that I held firmly in my hand As I walked with difficulty across a bridge that connected two geographic points. The exit was clear. There were my parents greeting me with tears in their eyes. The arrival point, the point of arrival was dark, and unknown and serious people were appearing. When I arrived, people stopped me imposingly, and I showed them the key. I walked up distressed. Marcel Proust, the only true voyage of discovery consists not in seeking new landscapes, but in looking with new eyes. Have you seen the movie Dreams by Kurosawa? This is one of the dreams taken from this movie. When a painter is looking for Van Gogh, the painter is looking for Van Gogh. He gets into a landscape, but the goal was to give a Van Gogh. And this is the phenomenological attitude, to let the dream talk. Listen to it. Follow its symbols and discover its sense, Rollo May says. Interrogations or questioning of the psychotherapeutic space. Questions. Yesterday and the day before yesterday, we talked about the value of questioning Heidegger, the mode of existence which is authentic through a special way of questioning, not any mode. To question in such a way as to open a path towards understanding. Questions to the patient. Rollo May. Everything is Rollo May. What you feel your dream implies or signifies for your life today. Does the dream have any relationship to what you are feeling? Discovering through symbols. Symbolain. To throw together, unite. This is the meaning, the significance of the symbol. You throw together questions that are unconnected, disconnected apparently, as if they didn't have anything to do with each other. When you dream, you say, okay, I dream crazy things. However, if you read the symbols, you can find a way to bring them together so as to clarify our problems at that point in time in history. We will discover the fundamental theme and the reason for dreaming as a path to authenticity and integration, addressing the conflict. What symbol or symbols appear in the dream? So, the sources I'm using: Rollo May, Dreams and Symbols, Philippe Larche. He has a chapter on dreams, which I recommend, personality structure, and a social phenomenologist, Alfred Schultz, who describes very richly the experience of foreigners or outsiders. Now, let us define dreaming and the subject who dreams as a continuation, totalization, compensation, as an opportunity to reestablish the integration balance. If consciousness, we also talked about Socrates, know yourself. What is it that we are looking for as a psychotherapist to expand, to empower, to make the individual, the subject, more aware? If the consciousness is aware of the memory of the dream, despite the censorship that the dream could have suffered compensation, psychoanalysis has worked a lot. The operations that come from the psychic structure, because the dream moves balance and disguises its content. And it is possible to remember something. It faces the dream consciousness, and it constructs its meaning and significance. In the subject, there is a dynamic interplay between authenticity and inauthenticity, health and illness, value and non-value. I would like to highlight the importance as psychotherapists of understanding these polarities that are always present. You don't have the experience, a one-way experience, they are intertwined. And psychotherapy as a possibility of leading projects that are authentic, predominantly authentic, although there may be presence of inauthentic aspects in all of us. The subject of the dream by Rollo May. What is your mode of being in the world? As freedom and courage to be authentic and addressing the significance of the dream, or as a flight and alienation in the inauthentic? There are conflicts that appear in the dream. There are symbols. You have the link present with the therapist. To remember, there are therapists that say when a patient brings a dream, it's like a gift that he is giving out to us. It's like saying, okay, this is something that I know you will appreciate and value. An incentive, I need to do something with the world, to see it from a different angle, from perplexity of not understanding. Every dream involves a decision and a broadening of consciousness. From Philip Lerch, then, we will highlight the encounter with oneself. Schultz has worked very deeply on the experience of the foreigner, the outsider. And this has to do with dreams. The outsider, the foreigner, seeks to understand, interpret. He cannot understand, he cannot orient himself. He wants to be accepted, he wants to get in. He doesn't know how. There is no history. History is useless. You have to learn new languages, new rules, new ways of relating. He's an observer. He doesn't trust. He questions. So we go back to the dream to conclude. I have highlighted in red the word key. for many reasons. Because it is what the dream repeats of that patient. The word key is repeated many times, and because of the value attached to it by the patient, to that key, to that object. Now, if we go to the symbol key, a key allows you to do what? Open, close, partially open, partially close, different spaces and times. The dreamer holds firmly in her hand when she walks on a bridge uniting two vital spaces. So it's a moment of crisis. There is a change, a movement that is expressing sadness, tears, fear. She doesn't know what to expect and what she's going to find. There is this desire of being, sustaining the movement from one place to the other. And she's also talking about the therapeutic link. Shall we discover together what this dream means to all of us? The therapeutical freedom is also a foreign path of discovery, of exploration. We need freedom and courage to uphold it together. Of course, angst appears. And now I bring you the story. She's a young Argentinian woman, emigrated from Argentina to the US to do a master's degree. And her dream was to settle down in the US. She's expressing the pain of what is leaving behind, very strong family links, but also this expectation, desire of being, with plenty of uncertainty, plenty of fear. The subject and the identity, their identity, are subjected to an evaluation and discovery. The key is that symbol of existential movement, opening of spaces and times lived towards finding the authentic self. Dream, symbol, and psychotherapy. And they unveil the meaning of life of the person in their evolution and projection. Psychotherapy is the path of change and transformation. Therapist, patient, reading together the symbols in their meaning, significance, and keys that apparently are disconnected. The symbols are read, the meanings are read together, and the keys towards the construction of a self which is open and dynamic. Thank you very much.
Mi propósito y el de la mesa sería que
Now, what I would like at the table, can you hear me? Is to be able to open up this space for interaction, a space for debate, a space for reflection on these issues, what they bring up, what thoughts arise on the occasion of what we have just talked about, and how it might have changed, transformed aspects, and how this debate might further transform our beliefs. Let's enter into this debate with an open mind towards a path of greater exploration. So, who wants to begin? Or maybe the participants in this table? I will begin. Let's break the ice. I like the idea of dream as a help for acquiring balance. If I understood well, there is a lack of balance, and through the dream, elements begin to arise that help us acquire a broader gaze, helping the therapeutic work. I think that many people link dreams to psychoanalysis, but I think that especially if we work it through the lens of Rollo May, we can see that there is an opening on the basis of what appears. A dream is also a phenomenon. It is what appears. I am, in a sense, launching a line of research regarding symbols and prognosis in dreams. A prognosis in regarding disease and cure in psychosomatic patients. I have many psychosomatic patients, and I am liking the idea of exploring the indicators, and I refer to the symbols that appear. Indicators that could allow us to discern what the conflict is between what is one's own and what is alien, that is at the heart of the psychosomatic disorder, and indicators towards a prognosis, but this is still at the very initial stage. Well, this is an issue that I find very passionate about. I've been working with dreams for many years. I was left thinking about the link between the work of Ana Maria and that of Isabel. At least in my experience, in my theoretical context, we do not work in this analogy. It is the patient, him or herself, that gives the symbols. But in fact, it is the patient and us. But what I think about is that this process could not take place without a therapeutic process. What Ana Maria was saying. It is very tempting to speak of a key and a bridge to very powerful symbols. But if we tie ourselves to that, we might lose sight of what the patient is trying to tell herself with these two symbols. Two symbols that, as I said, are very powerful, that is universally acknowledged. For this patient, the key is very specific. But yes, I wanted basically to comment the link between these two works. Okay, so let's open up this space. We want to listen to you. The comment was off the mic and could not be interpreted. The comment is still off mic and cannot be interpreted. The comment is being made off the microphone and cannot be interpreted. The comment is being made off the microphone and cannot be interpreted. The comment is being made off the microphone and cannot be interpreted.
Exacto.
El cuerpo apareció, pero sí, el cuerpo, sí, la corporalidad apareció muy clara.
Corporality appeared very clearly in the awakening and the consciousness of the body, how the body experienced the dream. She was sweaty, she was very agitated. It had not been a pleasant dream. It had to do with existential anguish and something that had to do with a very profound change in her life. And the body itself was displaying this crisis that she was going through these symbols. Yes, but I believe it is very important to not mix experience and something lived, because the experience is something that I also interact with. If I'm sleeping, I cannot live an experience. At this moment, we have a difference in Spanish words between something that is experienced, which one interacts with, and vivencia, that something lives, a lived experience with which one does not interact. The difference between experiencia and vivencia, which does not exist in the English language, says the interpreter. Now, as Marta and Ade were saying, you also said that you chose the symbol of the key, which came up again and again in discourse. Now, my question is, how come the patient did not choose the key, but something else from her own discourse when she constructed the relationality that we share? Also, when you said that all dream is a decision, I was left thinking, wow, all dreams? Any dream is a process of taking decisions, then, of making decisions. Yes, excellent. Excellent. Your comment was very good. Now, as for the first comment, I said, okay, I will repeat what you said. This is part of my lecture, because when we go into the text itself of the dream, she is speaking about an experience of a passage, a passing. And what does she hold firmly in her hand? A key. She is holding on to herself by holding on to a key, and she's leaving behind her roots, her motherland, and she's going towards a place where she feels that she's not being received. She is a migrant, and I have not been a migrant, but we all know what it is, for example, to not being able to be accepted into the United States, for example, despite all the qualifications that one might have. So she has the feeling that she has to support herself in certain issues now while she advances. Now, moving on with this, what did the key symbolize? The key had to do with her self-consciousness, and the trust she placed in herself from her roots to her present moment. Of course, we came to this after some work, but she finally thought about what she had done in her life until that moment, which allowed her to get to the present moment with fear, but also with certain expectations and with a firm walk. Now, as for your second comment, all dream is a decision. Yes, in a way, yes. In the world of each person's psyche, it is clear that there is a thematic appearing. I see that through my work very often, and my own experience when writing my work, one chooses a specific subject matter. We either choose it, it appears before us in dreams, because in a way that is significant for us. It has a special meaning for us. It is an invitation of sorts that is made to us so that we can explore it. Dreams are a path to exploration. They invite us to explore what does it mean, what values does it express, what is sought through dreams. And then we come to Rollo May. Do we have the courage to go deep into this? Or would we rather stay in our comfortable place of what we already know? And what Marta said was so spot on, the way of living in air, suspended, just stay on the surface and lack all essential experiences of life. So this is an invitation. When a patient comes to us with a dream, this asks from us to commit to this. Do we have the courage to step into this condition of being a migrant, of being an alien? We have all been aliens at some point in our life. For example, when we enter a group that we do not know, we are the person coming from the outside. Other people look at us and say, okay, let's see, who are you? Do we have the courage to penetrate this path, which will also transform us? I would also like to add something, at least in my experience, a very magic atmosphere is created. We were wondering why a key. For some reason, I would have gone through the key and not the bridge. There is a harmony, an attunement in this encounter, which leads to both people knowing who has to speak first. One question: what happens if we think it is the key and the patient is not ready for the key yet and begins by the bridge? I think that what Marta said is the key. It is a conscious, unconscious. There is a selection. The key that the patient firmly holds on to is the support, the internal support that she has in the face of walking this bridge, which leads us to somewhere that she doesn't know, a path that could be very difficult. She rests on this key for support. Now, as therapists, we know that in critical moments, we need to begin by supporting ourselves on the resources or strong strong elements of our client. Miriam, thank you. Thank you for your presentations. I will speak in my Portuñol as always. Now, I was impressed by what Isabel said at the beginning, that at the beginning the client knows nothing. And that shows that without patience, we can reach nothing. Only by looking into what is can we read something. But a good point to start are symbols, which are universal. And we know from the beginning that a key is very important. And we know what the key is, we know what the bridge is. We live in the same world. But I was intrigued, and I would like Isabel to tell us a bit more by how Colomé can speak on someone that is a stranger, someone with whom there are no relations. That intrigued me. Does that allow us to create a new symbology of dreams, a universal symbology? Yes, allow me to answer. I think there is a polemic regarding dreams, whether they are universal or singular. Is it something universal that they express, or should we look at them from the singular position of each person? I think there is a bit of truth in both of these assertions. There is a universal meaning that we all understand in a key, but there is also the singular experience of her experience as a migrant. Now, as for Rollo May himself was for a psychotherapeutic period, the therapist of a specific patient. They mutually invited each other. That happens in congresses sometimes as well. So Caligor and Rollo May decide that Caligor will work as a psychoanalyst to see how the process of healing of that patient went, and Rollo May, without knowing absolutely anything, would evaluate the psychotherapeutic process, the conflicting points, the problematics, the evolution, through what appeared in dreams. And there was actually a very high level of coincidence between the conclusions that both therapists reached. How the internal world is transformed through what appears in dreams. It is not the same to dream that one is falling and empty than to dream that one is is crossing a bridge, feeling unsafe, or to fly, or to reach a point, reaching the desired point, and for someone to dream that one arrives there. We can see the evolution of the psyche through dreams in the way of existence. But you can also go to the individual.
Sí.
Okay, I wanted to talk about your 3 papers. Beyond symbology, the bridge, represented by the bridge. I always like to say that we therapists are bridges between a defensive and a surrendered world. And I see you in that dream. until you said unsafe bridge. I didn't see that. I didn't read that. She gives out to you her dream because you are her bridge. Other than the key that is the internal support, you are her support along the process. So I wanted to mention that. The importance of your link with her in this new adventure, which is so difficult. That is the link, the bond, yes. Ileana, let me counter-argue what you said. We talk about eros, therapeutical eros. Now, let's get into our experience as psychotherapists. Not everything is eros. What we experience, I mean. There are times when we feel frustrated by the patient, we feel angry. But love, why don't we talk about what we do as well as therapists when we feel fear, threatened, doubtful, feelings of failure, helplessness? I think it's very rich that we look at ourselves from the polarities, from the extremes, what's authentic and non-authentic, courage and fear, hope and despair, how we can work to maintain as firmly as possible this attitude that you are describing, to be able to be a bridge. Yes, it includes our personal mix of misery and richness and wealth. We are a bridge. We are vulnerable and a bridge. Our vulnerability could be a vehicle. It's a bridge. Congratulations. Excellent presentations. Very graphical, very enriching for all therapists. And let me tell you about an experience that is very much in line with you described. How to unite, how to join. I mean, the recognition of emotions in that sharing with the patient and the support provided. I haven't worked on dreams or with dreams, but I have a patient. She's been on therapy for 12 years and a very nuclear family, let's say. Parents die. This patient is 55 years old. Her parents die. They lived all together. And there was only one sister who had gotten married and didn't live with them. So the aunt and uncle also died, the couple, the difference of 2 days. So the only sister that was able to leave the family and got married dies of cancer. So she comes to see me. Her brother had nightmares, terrified. And for a long time, we worked. I mean, she shared because a schizoid person. She worked very well. She retired from her job. But she never went to a social meeting. She never had a boyfriend. Her primary family she was always with. Cousins, father, mothers, brother, sister. So many nightmares and somatic syndromes. Nightmare and somatic syndrome, terrible. She knew that at night she shouted or screamed. Then she started to wake up with anguish. So she retired from her job and she was very sound in her own existence. She started to improve in terms of nightmares and night fears, terrors. So she took possession of the house. She couldn't open the wardrobes, see her parents' clothes, completely limited and constrained. Then the dream appears that she starts walking. So I felt it was not the time to ask and inquire, but it became as naturally. This week I walked less or more, so I wanted to guide her to where she was walking to. And a short while ago, in a deep session, she said, I think I'm going home to myself because I have started to take out things. I finally was able to settle down and make a home for myself and host myself and lodge myself. So thank you very much for sharing your experience. Miriam, please. Thank you for your comment. It happens to me that it's not a question of symbols, but rather of languages. But what we have is another way of language and communications. It's that. It's what's guiding us, orienting us, not as a symbol, but rather as a way, a means of communication. The same applies to love. I believe Ana Maria, there is a difference between romantic love and the other type of love, a Christian type of love. Romantic love does not know about hate because it's an idealized love. But the other way of love, agape, is different from all the rest. So it is a type of love that doesn't idealize, but loves what it is, whatever it is. Just a comment. Carlos Sein has written a lot. Yes, we're running out of time. What Ana wrote is beautiful. Thank Ana, yes. You thank me because I read it. And it is an important contribution to continue working on that. Carlos Seguin wrote a book, Love and Psychotherapy, yes. Now, I don't know what you think about communications, but with the pandemic, I think corporality came to the forefront. sickness and fear of sickness, made this dimension, this category of corporality, to be at the forefront, to take that into account as therapists. Intersubjectivity was affected, isolation, but fear of disease, disease that or sickness that could lead to death. Body as at the forefront, and it has to do with what Marta presented. It's like an invitation for that body to be taken care of, support that body to be as healthy as possible. I think this is very, very interesting. And I would like to highlight what you said, Isabel, about foreigners, outsiders, because in Argentina, we have plenty of migrants, and there will be many papers to come on this subject, because migration is not irrelevant. I mean, there are many young people that are migrating and they have to meet people that they don't know and coexist with them. So, any further comments? We are not going to interpret dreams.
En España, ¿sí? Se utiliza forastero como
Yes.
bárbaro. Sería bárbaro.
Yes. Foreigner, forastero as a barbarian. Yes, sometimes the word forastero in Spanish is used as with the same meaning as barbarian. Well, that word could be forastero in Spanish, but South Americans were called sudacas in Spain. Alfred Schultz texted an essay of social theories called El Forastero in Spanish, and he's from Vienna. Has been translated into Spanish as El Forastero. Any further comments? Because we have to close.
Acércate que acá hay micrófono.
Sería la última intervención, por lo menos acá. Después podemos seguir hablando.
This will be the last intervention, at least here. Then we can continue talking. Now, first of all, thank you very much for your interventions. I'm afraid I missed most of the first one, but I found them very interesting. Now, my question is for Marta. We spoke about failure, about the failure of this person who we call hysterical. I find it actually quite amazing that we still use this term of hysteria. Now, what parts of this story could we understand as also authentic in the way that they are presented? I feel that there is a certain authenticity when she herself is questioning what is happening to her. Why can she not reach the point where she completes the experience, quote unquote? I think that itself is quite authentic. Now, as for the use of the term, maybe if you didn't hear the introduction, I explained that the term itself is not being used anymore, but the hysterical mode as a phenomenon I think we can all understand. Now, as Isabel said, there is no 100% authenticity, as there is no 100% lack thereof, as there is no 100% health and 100% disease. Now, obviously, something authentic in this client made her come and want to make her life better. Okay, I'm sorry, but we need to close this session. Thank you very much.
Here we are beginning our third day of our conference. Unfortunately, Athens is not sunny Athens, but it's Athens again. Okay. Here we are going to participate in Professor Spinelli's keynote speech. I will tell some things about our dear Ernesto. Professor Spinelli was chair of the Society for Existential Analysis between 1993 and 1999 and is a life member of the Society. His writings, lectures, and seminars focus on the application of existential phenomenology to the areas of therapy, psychology, and executive coaching. He's a fellow of the British Psychological Society, as well as an accredited executive coach and coaching supervisor. In 1999, Ernesto was awarded a personal chair as professor of psychotherapy, counseling, and counseling psychology. In 2000, he was recipient of the British Psychological Society Division of Counseling Psychology Award for outstanding contribution to the profession. And in 2019, Ernesto received the British Psychological Society Award for distinguished contribution to practice. His most recent book, Practicing Existential Therapy, The Relational World, second edition by Sage, has been widely praised as a major contribution to the advancement of existential theory in practice. This is the one that we have translated to Greece and has come out of, it's here with us, coming its presence now, so you can get it in Greek if you want. His previous books include The Interpreted World, An Introduction to Phenomenological Psychology, Demystifying Therapy, Tales of Unknowing, and The Mirror and the Hammer, Challenging Therapeutic Orthodoxies. Living up to the existential dictum that life is absurd, Ernesto is also the author of an ongoing series of private eye novels, the third of which, Everything Has a Price, that's the title, was published in 2023. I highly recommend those. They are fantastic. Ernesto's love affair with Greece began in 1966, when he went on a tour of many of its archaeological sites with a group of Italian students. As he says, it was with Greece, love at first sight. And since then, he has been returning as often as possible to discover more of this magical country and its people. Thank you, Ernesto, for the magical country and their people. So his keynote speech has a title, Here and Now, There and Then, Space and Time in Existential Therapy. Welcome.
Hi, is this working? Yes, good. First of all, let me apologize to you. I don't have any pretty pictures to show you. So if you want to, feel free to close your eyes, feel free to fall asleep, whatever suits you. All I have is words, some words. And I'll start with some of the most beautiful words in the English language as I see it. And then I'll move on to my own words, which are much more mediocre. And then hopefully end with some beautiful words again. So let me offer you some beautiful words. These are from a series of poems by an American-British author called T.S. Eliot. And these are from the 4 quartets. At the still point of the turning world, neither flesh nor fleshless, neither from nor towards, at the still point, there the dance is, but neither arrest nor movement, and do not call it fixity, where past and future are gathered, neither movement from nor towards, neither ascent nor decline, except for the point, the still point, there would be no dance, and there is only the dance. I can only say, there we have been, but I cannot say where, and I cannot say how long, for that is to place it in time. Time present and time past are both perhaps present in time future, and time future contained in time past. If all time is eternally present, all time is unredeemable. What might have been is an abstraction, remaining a perpetual possibility only in a world of speculation. What might have been and what has been point to one end, which is always present. So, my first guru, who was deeply influenced by a man called Gurdjieff, would always say the following: where am I? Here. When am I? Now. If I'm here, can I be there? No, of course not. And if it is now, can it be then? No, of course not. It is always here and now. We are always here and now. Well, yeah, however, there's a problem. The here and now that I consciously accessed, that I am aware of, that I state I am here and now, is gone. It's already there and then. So yes, we exist here and now, but our attempts to access and state and express that experience takes us to there and then. And for me, as I see it, as I understand it, existential therapy presents that as the basic conundrum the basic tension that we all face. Every model of therapy contains a notion of conflict or disturbance. As I understand it, existential therapy's notion of what might be called conflict is precisely that sense of awareness between the here and now that is my perpetual existence and my accessing of that existence that puts me into a position of there and then. Sartre is very well known for his famous statement about existence preceding essence. He said it in another way, which I think is perhaps more accessible. At one point he said or wrote, "I am no thing pretending to be something. I am no thing pretending to be something." And there he captures this dissonance, this tension, this conflict, if you will, between being as process, being in the here and now, and being as substance, being that places us in the there and then, in terms of our awareness, in terms of our accessing. We can talk about our being as substance. It can be spoken of. It is a process of reflection. Being a substance makes us into something. It allows us to carry out processes of statements of am-ing. I am, you are, that is, and so forth. It's a noun-like, static notion of being. It captures the process of existence. It gives us meaning. It gives us identity. It gives us individuality. It gives us security. It gives us a sense of certainty. It gives us order. But being here and now, being as process, cannot be captured in statements. To make a statement about here and now immediately places it there and then. And yet, we can allude to it. We can point as if we were pointing our fingers to the moon. Our fingers point us to the no-thingness of our existence, to the constant becoming of our existence, to the verb-like rather than noun-like aspect of our being, to the meaninglessness of our being, to the openness of meaning, to the identityless, to the relatedness, to the insecurity, to the uncertainty, to the chaos that is our existence. There is an emptiness in the here and now. There's no ordinary sense of self-consciousness. These are moments of constant becoming, of groundlessness, a little sense of divide between what we ordinarily experience as self versus other. We have moments whereby we get close to this sense of awareness of the here and now. They might be in dramatic moments, such as moments of chaos, disturbance, war, famine, COVID, and so forth. But they might also occur in everyday moments, moments where we are just sitting or engaging in some ongoing activity. And there's a sudden awareness which already takes us out of that awareness. Oh, where have I been? How have I been? Who have I been? This experience of being here and now is yearned for by many. Many spend years trying to find ways of experiencing, engaging, being in the here and now. It can be blissful, but it can also be terrifying. It can also be unwanted, as in what clinicians might refer to as states of psychosis. Many of my clients talk about their experience of the 3 years that they lived through COVID as full of moments of almost a groundless, senseless, timeless sense of being. They felt trapped in time and indeed in space, as we'll see. And in that sense of emptiness, some experienced it as a liberation, and some experienced it as the most terrifying of experiences in their lives. A time when time seemed to both stand still and flow too rapidly. A time when time merged into a perpetual sense of emptiness. So let me say something about time and the way that we as therapists consider time and work with time. And let me start with a quote from my colleague Betty Cannon. And she writes this: "On beginning to project a different future, I come to have a different past." On beginning to project a different future, I come to have a different past. Now, what is she alluding to? What is she telling us? Something I think that's really important. Many therapists, even many existential therapists, in common with their clients, hold to a linearly causal, unidirectional view of the past. And through this view, assume the task of the therapist is to uncover the issues and influences of their client's past upon their current lives, so that the conflicts and concerns that have arisen from or which have been aggravated by the past can at least be partially resolved. Now, this unidirectional, causal view of the past is usually associated with Sigmund Freud as the originator of this view. And actually, it seems to emerge that Freud's interpretation of the past was actually a much more complex perspective, a much more complex position. Irvin Yalom highlights this alternative perspective and proposes a vastly different reading of Freud's conclusions. According to Yalom, in Freud's lectures on psychoanalytic technique, Freud suggests the following to the trainees. He says this: an analyst who is not successful in helping the patient to recollect the past should nonetheless give the patient a construction of the past as the analyst sees it. This construction will offer the very same therapeutic benefit as would the actual recollection of past material. So Freud is suggesting that the past is much more pliable, much more plastic, much more constructed than we ordinarily like to think. Now, I wouldn't necessarily agree with Freud's suggestion that as therapists, we give our clients some version of the past that makes sense to us. But the key idea here is around the notion of the plasticity of the past, the flexibility of the past. That the past is constantly open to reevaluation and recreation. And here is the key point, I think, that the past, the remembered past, is always dependent upon the current experience of the individual who recalls it. The past we recall serves one function: to validate who we are and claim to be today. The past that we remember validates my present sense of being. The remembered past obviously makes up a minute percentage of the totality of the sensory-derived events that we have perceived over the course of our lives. In addition, it's also evident that what stands out for us as being relevant, meaningful, or significant within any memory of a past event is itself a highly limited and biased selection of all the variables and constituents contained within that remembered event. We are left with this conclusion that the remembered past, even at the level of its content, is a plastic, selective, and hence incomplete interpretation of the totality of our lived experience. In my view, existential phenomenology argues that the remembered past exposes, reflects, and validates currently lived experience. And considered in this way, it is apparent that the remembered past is so relationally tied to the present that it is more accurate to speak of the past as currently lived rather than of the past in and of itself. But there is more complexity. This interrelation of past and present must also take into account the role and impact of the anticipated future. So just as a source of or rationale for a currently lived event is validated by the remembered past, so too is that same currently lived experience shaped and defined by those assumptions, aspirations, goals, purposes, and wishes that are directed towards future possibilities. So in sum, it's far more adequate to see the past as the past that is currently lived and future directed than to conceive of the past as a separate, fixed, and unchanging, event-laden moment in time. As a concrete example of that, consider the following brief vignette. My client, Maureen, comes to see me because she says she is depressed. She hates herself. She hates her life. She hates all that she has done in her life. She hates all that she has been in her life. She says to me, I am a bad person. I can't be otherwise. Over time, we explore Maureen's position. And at some point, Maureen shifts her understanding of herself, alters this stance that she has adopted. And she comes to a position that says, well, maybe I'm usually a bad person, but not always. And sometimes I can be nice and good. So Maureen has shifted from I'm always bad to mainly most of the time, but some of the time I can be a good person. And at this point, something really surprising, but therapeutically very common happens. Maureen begins to remember seemingly forgotten or suppressed past instances of being good and being nice. Why did this happen? There are many explanations available, of course, but my reading of existential phenomenology would suggest that Maureen's newly adopted stance is that stance because it requires validation. So that its truthfulness will hold and comply more adequately with both her current newfound views of herself, but similarly also with Maureen's newly constructed or reconstructed views of herself in the future. So Maureen goes on to add, you know what, Ernesto, I'm going to try to be a good person and a nice person more often, even though I know how difficult that is. And now these newly recalled validating events from Maureen's remembered past, not only confirm her current view of herself, they provide her with a new and future-directed sense of aspiration. The remembered past provides us with the means to maintain or validate who we claim to be today, not simply in terms of who and how we define ourselves and our lived experiences, but also with regard to towards whatever future direction we aspire for our lived experience. Now, one of the things that has struck me from this viewpoint, which is pretty obvious, but all I can give you is obvious conclusions, is that when we think of situations as in people who have been diagnosed with what is usually referred to as clinical depression, one of the common characteristics of those people is their motion of rocking. They spend a great deal of time rocking back and forth, back and forth. And if we think of this rocking process from its temporal implications, what might we find? We find that the rocking might be expressing a constant movement, first towards a past that is too painful to engage with, a movement forward that cannot be envisioned, that has no focus, that has no direction. And so it produces this constant, present emptiness, empty of meaning, empty of values, empty of identity, empty of purpose. The present without its connection to its past and to its future is an experience of emptiness, of no-thingness. So let me say something about space now. We constantly act our existence in space. We're always moving away or towards or being still in space, both physically and metaphorically. Ludwig Binswanger argued that people's interrelationship with physical space and their environment revealed their fundamental stance or dialogue towards their existence as a whole. Our own experience of varied and often intense moods and feelings depending on space in which we find ourselves, whether it be a building, a particular room, a busy street, an empty beach, and so forth, makes plain how space affects us and our relation to space, in a sense, provides us with a sense of how we are being, who we are being, in what way we're being. How we shape and reshape space can reveal and define a great many of our values, our aspirations, our insecurities, our concerns. An obvious example of the anxieties that space can bring was observed by my colleague Hans Kohn when he argued about disturbances, when he focused on disturbances which we call agoraphobia or claustrophobia. These are disturbances of unease in our relation to experiences of being in space, whether space is too open or space is too enclosed, whether there is too much or too little space. And while we exist in space, space is neither static nor separate from us. Its dimensions and shape are not merely physical, but also always imbued with and reflective of our existence concerns as a whole. Although it's infrequently reflected upon directly, this experience is most often noticed through our moods, the embodied stances we adopt and enact in space. And of course, it's also noticed in the way the world impacts upon us in terms of its view of us, depending upon the space we find ourselves in. So let me give you one obvious example. In this world space that we are in, many of you come up to me very nicely asking for a photo or a selfie or for me to autograph a book or whatever. And you treat me as someone who has a worthiness, a significance, a meaningfulness to you, which I greatly appreciate. But in my usual world, when I'm on my local street going shopping or whatever, the way that I am seen, if I am seen at all, is usually as this sad old git, you know, who look at his clothes, look at the clothes he wears, look at the way he walks. If I go to my fishmonger or whatever, they usually give me a bit more because they feel sorry for me. Yeah? So space is not just something that I impose or experience or engage in the world. It's what the world also imposes upon me and the way the world sees me and engages with me. So in some environments we feel restricted, in some we feel liberated, in some we flinch from, others we revel in, whether it's closeness or distance, whether it's contact or lack of contact with other, whether our spatiality is our way of living in a relationally uncertain space. So let me give you another example from my work. So Russell comes to see me. Russell is a programmer and a technician, and he tells me that he's constantly or increasingly overwhelmed by what he calls anxiety. He tells me that he's finding himself easily distracted by sudden, painful, intrusive thoughts, which he can't let go of. He finds himself either forgetting what he was about to do or typing in mistakes in the programs that he's creating. And Russell also tells me that he's always prided himself on his technical and programming know-how, and now he feels that the respect he has earned from his colleagues is under threat. And he feels anxious about this. So Russell's life up until this point has been extremely ordered and precise. And when I ask him to tell me a bit more about what this order and precision expresses itself as, the first thing he talks about is physical space. The space in both his home office and his work office. And he describes both offices as being absolutely chock-a-block full with books, with journals, with design texts, with programming manuals, all of which are sorted out precisely so that he, and only he, knows exactly where to turn, where to find them. No one else can know exactly where things have been placed. Even more, he elaborates and says, well, I've got so many of these things, and they're all over the room, that I've had to construct a space, a little bit of space, for anybody who comes to walk through so that they can reach me. So I've made it really difficult for people to get to me. So he's partly embarrassed by this, but he's also partly proud of this. You know, he's designed a path in which no one can speak to him unless he allows them to, unless he creates a means for them to approach him. He also adds that he keeps his rooms locked so that no one else could enter them. And even if this is provoking problems for the cleaning company that works in his offices, doesn't matter. The important thing is that Russell's sense of his space is protected and certain and his. Okay.
Ernesto, we have 20 minutes.
Okay.
He told me to tell you.
All right. So, as R.D. Laing reminds us, every problem is also an attempted solution. What is Russell attempting to solve through this space that he's enclosed? Exploring this, Russell eventually makes this statement. If I have this enclosed space, they can't get to me and they can't replace me. They can't get to me, they can't replace me. They being his company, but also members of his family with whom he's experiencing some difficulties. So I say to him, Russell, are you telling me, and are you telling yourself, that you use space, your use of space in creating barriers and obstacles is a way of making it more difficult for people to replace you? And Russell says, yeah, of course, yes. I hadn't thought of that, but yes. So in the course of our therapeutic sessions, Russell's awareness of this leads him to start making some changes. His relation to physical space changes so that he begins to feel a sense of dissatisfaction with the way he has lived with space up until now. So for instance, the color of his walls, the fit of his work chair, his inability to stretch out in the room start to no longer suit him. And Russell's subsequent actions, which focus upon the opening up of physical space, are accompanied by a movement of greater openness towards others, whether his colleagues at work or his families at home. And though he values these ventures and judges them to be beneficial, nonetheless, he recognizes how they have also provoked experiences of bewilderment for him, and most of all, of uncertainty for him. In previous situations, the way he had lived with space had allowed Russell to shut out and thereby control the impact and presence of others. This new relationship with space forces him to inhabit a new space in which a good deal of that power had to be relinquished. He has moved from a position of certainty and security to one of ever open possibility and hence greater and greater uncertainties. Russell's rejection of space of the space that he'd previously constructed and his reshaping of a new one reflects his abandonment and restructuring of his previous chosen way of engaging with the world. And as well as in regaining human contact and relationship, Russell is also forced to embrace the ever-increasing degree of risk and uncertainty. Kierkegaard put it like this: freedom's possibility announces itself in anxiety. Time and space open us to the possibilities and limitations that we impose upon freedom itself. Here and now, there and then, time and space, all our relations shaped by and through our openness and our resistance to what these point us towards. If I can say very, very briefly before stopping, these experiences of time and space upon us as professionals have been really challenged by the 3 years of COVID that we've lived through. We've had to reconsider how we as therapists work with time and space. Many of us found that working online through Zoom or whatever, that time was no longer the usual time that we kept when we were working with clients face to face, no longer suited. Maybe it was too long or too short. Maybe it had to be changed. Similarly with space. Suddenly, the space that we were in, the virtual space that we were in, shifted, altered. The client was not in our space. The client could see more of our space. Some of us hid it by, having images of beaches and so forth. But eventually, most people let go of that. They revealed their office wherever they were. Yeah? And that changed space. That changed the awareness of space. Some therapists decided that the only way that they could engage with space with their client in a non-virtual way was to meet them outdoors, to go walking with them, to go to parks or wherever, and engage with them in that way. And some therapists, as my friend and colleague Greg Madison pointed out to me, started to use virtual reality machines with their clients. So they met in a seemingly three-dimensional virtual space, unfortunately having to look like avatars of one sort or another. So, you know, the Sphinx meets the Chimera and so forth. Yeah? Anyway, let me end with some beautiful words. This is again from T.S. Eliot, and it's again from the Four Quartets. You say that I am repeating something I have said before. I shall say it again. Shall I say it again? In order to arrive there, to arrive where you are, to get where you are not, you must go by a way wherein there is no ecstasy. In order to arrive at what you do not know, you must go by a way which is the way of ignorance. In order to possess what you do not possess, you must go by the way of dispossession. And in order to arrive at what you are not, you must go through the way in which you are not. And what you do not know is the only thing you know. And what you own is what you do not own. And where you are is where you are not. Thank you.
So, thank you, dear Professor Spinelli. So I think, is it okay? We have one or two questions, and I think Dr. Arek, yes. Do we have a microphone? Can we get a microphone, please? There, please. Okay. Is it okay, Ernesto? We have until 12. Okay.
Значит, мне хочется, чтобы получить представление о том, как вот его представление о времени и пространстве за последних несколько лет, когда появились эти модерные телефоны и интернет, изменило его лечебную конкретную практику. И потом я дополню еще.
So the question of Alexander Alexeychik is how is your this changing in modern technologies like smartphone and let's say changed your connection with time and space. How you
how I personally
yes, and in your practice, in
my practice.
Практически я сейчас хочу сказать. Раньше у меня в отделении 25 человек лечится, в психотерапевтическом отделении. Сейчас, когда я провожу группу, вот, я могу вызвать во время группы его родственников по телефону. И поэтому, значит, у меня в отделении, можно сказать, не только сам один человек, но вся его семья, если надо. И вообще, может быть, не 25 человек, а 50.
For example, Alexander Alexeyevich said that in his department he has, for example, 25 patients, yes, but due to smartphones, he can, for example, talk not only with the patient, but also with his relatives, and it means that it could be not 25, but 50 or more in like this process.
И когда у меня индивидуальная терапия, значит, я сейчас же, пациент сидит против меня, я могу вызвать у него значит, тех людей, с которыми у него трудности. И поэтому моя работа сейчас за последних 2 года очень изменилась.
Please, we would like questions to be short, because now in 5 minutes we are...
So
okay,
in
it's very important,
in
yes.
individual consultation also the same. If you are talking with the person, Alexander Alexeyevich said he can also call or somehow with his relatives or friends or with somebody with he has a problem.
Okay. I'd like to think that I'm not a technophobe of any sort, but I have an extreme aversion to Mr. Zuckerberg and all that he stands for. So I avoid Facebook. I avoid anything that he has anything to do with, because he strikes me as an unworthy person. So I don't employ myself a number of social media platforms that lots of people employ. But having said that, I think I have tried to embrace a lot of the way my clients use the new technology, and recognize that to them it matters a great deal. It changes their idea of time and space. It opens up possibilities, but it also has increasingly powerful limitations that we're only beginning to become aware of. Among them, I think, are limitations of what can be expressed, how it can be expressed. The notion of privacy is becoming increasingly problematic, intangible, unavailable to people. A lot of my clients during the first year of COVID were initially very uneasy with the idea of working online, but then very quickly began to find that, much to their surprise, they spoke more freely, more immediately about the problems and issues in their lives. They treated it almost like a confessional rather than a process of therapy, or maybe the two are the same in some ways. I'm finding it difficult to convince my clients to return back to face-to-face work, because it's seemingly so convenient to them to stay where they are, to stay in their space. My sense is that therapy might be limited to some degree by that, unless we co-create a mutually new world space, therapy space, however virtual it might be. But you know, these are huge issues, and this is a whole other conference, I think, that should address these questions.
Do we have time for one more question? Is there anybody in the audience? Thank you for your question.
Okay.
No questions?
Yes, I have one question. First of all, thank you very much for this this beautiful talk. I enjoyed it
thank you
very much. My question is, by noticing that our clients have their way of perceiving space and their way of perceiving time, their lived experience of it, I feel that there is also like a responsibility coming with it, and a power to maybe change or influence them in it. And my question is just like, how do you relate to this kind of existential responsibility towards the freedom the clients have to maybe change their way of experiencing time and space?
Well, in some ways, it's what I alluded to yesterday. For those of you who were here, is that one of the things I try to remind myself, not just my people I work with as supervisees or trainees, is be very, very cautious about your desire to change or to promote change in the person. Change in any one aspect of our being alters the whole of our being. Sometimes in very subtle ways, sometimes in very dramatic ways, always in unpredictable ways and uncertain ways. So I make it my task not to seek to direct any kind of change. I allow change. I don't allow it. Change happens. You know, it can't stop that from happening. But how a client changes or what a client chooses as their moment of change, that is always amazing, unpredictable, unknown, uncertain. And so be it. But I think to try to answer your question a little bit more, what clients usually bring are the problematic side of their lives. And they present the problem, they present the issues that the problem is provoking for them and so forth. What they don't usually present or have not considered is what the problem is also giving them, what it is providing for them, what they would hate to lose if the problem went away, and what they wanted or wanted to keep also went away. So the exploration is an act of looking at what does the problem take away from you, but also what does it allow for you? What does it give you? And would you miss what it gives you? Would the price you have to pay for keeping what is given to you, that matters to you, is the maintenance of the problem? And then, of course, if they accept that position, the magic is that their relation to the problem has shifted, because now it's no longer some alien agency. It is something that they have chosen. It is something that maintains them as well as disturbs them. And so it's their decision, in a way, to address that. So, thank you.
So we thank you very much for this. So we thank you very much. Now we will go on a break and then go on. Thank you, Professor Spinelli.
out of control. And so we should reconcile with this. We'll have some delay, some minutes delay.
I'm sorry for this delay. Could we give Dr. Holzhey's presentation to you?
What does it say? Presentation 2.
Okay, well, as I said, I'm sorry that I was a little late in coming, but here I am, and I am very excited and privileged to chair this roundtable on phenomenology in psychotherapy. Actually, when I first started thinking about doing something about phenomenology, because of my own interest in phenomenology. I'm a beginner in phenomenology. I don't really know too much. So I'm not going to be presenting. I'm only going to be coordinating this table with my esteemed colleagues. And I'm here more to learn rather than anything else. So phenomenology is a philosophical movement that originated in the 20th century and was founded by the German philosopher Edmund Husserl. And what he sought to do was to help us to return our attention to the things themselves. And the primary objective is the direct investigation and description of phenomena as consciously experienced without really having any theories about their causal explanation, and being as free as possible from unexamined preconceptions and presuppositions. So as we very often say in Ignis, to sort of try to put into parentheses whatever ideas or previous knowledge we have in order to be able to observe the phenomena. How is, however, phenomenology related to psychotherapy, and how can we use it in psychotherapy? And is the role of phenomenology only to describe, or what is it really its use? So we have invited some experts in the field. We have Alice Holzhey-Kunz with us, who is going to talk about phenomenology in psychotherapy, mere description of the given or interpretation of the hidden. Alice Holzhey-Kunz is a philosopher and a design analyst in Zurich. She gave design analysis a new turn by combining fundamental insights of Freudian psychoanalysis with existential insights into the human condition, which are rooted in discoveries of Søren Kierkegaard and the father, and further developed by Heidegger in his very well-known book, Being in Time, and of course also by Sartre in Being and Nothingness. Her latest book is about emotional truth and the philosophical content of emotional experiences. She is also co-editor of the new edition of selected works of Ludwig Binswanger. So let's welcome Dr. Holzhey.
Thank you very much for the invitation. I'm happy to be here.
Thank you. You may know that at first Thomas Fuchs was invited to this round table. And Thomas Fuchs is the most well-known, today is the most well-known and also the most thoughtful phenomenologist of our time, I think. And he agreed to come, and I was very happy that he would come because I know him very well and appreciate him very, very much. But then personal reasons were the ground that he could not come. But we are happy to know that these personal reasons are very positive ones. He is already, or he will be in these days, become grandfather and in America. And so he is now in America with his wife. So my title, this question, is in a way also not a battle, but a discussion with Thomas Fuchs. I have already sometimes, I have this discussion with him. Mere description of the given, that is the things themselves are the givens. And so you should, as a phenomenologist, just be open enough, just be ready to perceive and listen to what these things tell you, instead of have your own prejudices, theoretical ones or personal ones. But I want to argue here for the second option. Thomas Fuchs is adapted, no? Belongs to the school of Husserl. And I, for a mere description of the given, the things themselves, and I vote for the second option. It is an interpretation of the hidden. The main reason for this I find in two arguments. Where do I have to go? What have I to do that I can go here? Huh? For the next. I can change it from here. Okay? You can read it, because the main reason I find in two arguments Heidegger has given in Being and Time. And in paragraph 7, the phenomenological method of the investigation of Dasein. So you see, Heidegger pretends to write this book, Being and Time, as a phenomenologist. But then Heidegger distinguishes, that is now second, between the phenomenology of any worldly being and the phenomenology of the human Dasein. I have made this PowerPoint. I'm totally stupid in making PowerPoints. I already was in despair because I never know how to do it. And it's totally simple, and I didn't even know how to make the words greater or smaller and so. But then, nevertheless, I think you can read it. You see, I have made it because of the quotations. In paragraph 7, you can read, phenomenology of Dasein is hermeneutics in the original signification of the word, which designates the work of interpretation. The word underlying interpretation is understanding. Now comes the third. Why phenomenology has to become interpretation instead of a mere description based on perception, as soon as it turns to Dasein. Yes. Heidegger's argument in Being and Time is based on the fundamental statement that the essence of Dasein lies in its existence. You see, that is different from Sartre, but it's much more to the point than Sartre says. It's only in this popular writing, he said, the existence comes before the essence, yes? Or precedes essence. That's not true. It's, as Heidegger says, the essence of Dasein lies in its existence. That means the essence of Dasein does not lie in a whatness, what the human being is. Spirit, for instance. or then, as Freud said, drives. But no, it is pure existence. The essence lies in its pure existence. Now, what means existence? First of all, since Kierkegaard has introduced existence in philosophy, only human beings, in existential philosophy, only human beings exist. this table is real, but it does not exist. So you have to leave the normal way we speak of existence. The existential philosophical meaning of existence restricts existence to the human being. Heidegger translates to exist as having to be. More exactly, that I, as a human being, am and have to be. And this I is very important, but because only each single human being can take this over to have to be. to take over this, in a way, task that I am not only, but I have to take over my life and live it in my own way. Having to be implies, therefore, animals do not have to be. They are somehow guided by their instincts or whatever. But only human beings have to be. And this implies a basic know-how. As a musician knows how to make music, and a good cook knows how to cook, we human beings should know in a way how to live. This, because our life does not live itself from itself. We have to live it ourselves. That is why, as Heidegger says, understanding and interpreting belong genuinely to the being of Dasein. He does not say Dasein has the capability of understanding. No, he says Dasein is understanding. There is no Dasein without any sort of understanding. Conclusion, the method of phenomenology as a mere description of what is perceivable from the outside is just not appropriate to the human being, because the human being is understanding. So understanding has to be the method when you approach the human being. This is a consequence of in a way, the nature of the human being. And now the fourth point that is also very astonishing, why phenomenology of the being of Dasein has to be an uncovering of the hidden. That seems totally in contrast to what we think phenomenology is, not to uncover something behind what shows itself, but just stay with what shows itself and being quite modest and just try to be totally open as I can to what the things themselves show me how they are. I quote Heidegger, in Being and Time, essentially nothing else stands behind the phenomena of phenomenology of Dasein. Nevertheless, what is to become a phenomenon can be concealed. And precisely because phenomena are initially and for the first part not given, phenomenology is needed. I think it is important to realize that he says phenomena are not given. That means it is not our prejudices, our own theories which conceal the phenomena. That is, of course, also very often true. But when we approach the human being, the phenomena are not given from themselves. They do not show themselves. They are hidden. That is the thesis of Heidegger in Being and Time. Seldom quoted. I must say I never found it quoted anywhere in a second literature about Heidegger, and there are a lot of second literature books about Heidegger. It's strange. There are things one does not want to see. It's a good example that we are always guided by our interests and wishes, what we read and what we take the finger on it. And now the question, why are these phenomena of the human being not given to us, to just our perception? Why are they not given? And also not to our understanding. The phenomena are also not just approachable by the normal understanding. I mean, the normal understanding we learn in the humanities, you know, to understand the text, for instance. Then you can read what is given, the words, and then you can interpret what is written. Now, the argument of Heidegger, quotations from Being and Time, the absorption of Dasein in the they, im Mann in German, and in the world, only 5 minutes. Very strong woman. You came too late too.
That's why I have to keep the time. Because I came late.
And in the world taken care of reveals something like a flight from Dasein, from itself, in its authenticity. So that means the human being is, when it goes about his own being, he is constantly in flight from itself. I'm not in flight from myself also. That has Freud shown, demonstrated, that also the individual flies from the truth about himself in illusions and in self-deception. But Heidegger shows now that when it goes about the human condition, the human being is constantly in flight from itself in illusions. Heidegger says from the truth into untruth concerning the human condition. And now I come to a point which is very important for me, why the phenomenological method of Husserl has a huge handicap in the realm of psychopathology and psychotherapy. I quote here from Thomas Fuchs. Thomas Fuchs has written an abstract for today, but then before he knew that he would not come. And I quote, based on the phenomenology of the body, the phenomenal field and the life space, I didn't quote that here, mental illnesses may be conceived as relational disorders, resulting in various restrictions and impairments of the patient's lived space. This quotation makes quite clear that it is the fate of phenomenology based on Husserl to submit to the medical thinking in the realm of psychopathology and therefore also in the psychotherapy too. The position of the phenomenological psychotherapist in relation to the patient depends, in my view at least, if he follows Husserl or if he follows Heidegger in Being and Time. Following the phenomenology of Husserl, you listen to the patient as a medical doctor. judging and diagnosing his deviations from mental health and trying to cure it. Following the phenomenology of Heidegger in Being and Time, you are, as a psychotherapist, also a hermeneut. And the talk serves to approach the not only the ontological truth, that is now my version of the understanding, but it's also for me not only, in fact, the truth behind the deception, the truth behind the ontic deception of, oh, I had a wonderful past, a wonderful childhood, and maybe there is hidden quite other story behind this idealized past. Not so seldom people come in therapy and tell me this, and also going behind the illusion of, oh, I'm quite secure in being as a human being, and nothing is restricted or so. Now, for me, important, the Daseinsanalytics, I come from the Daseinsanalytic school of Medard Boss. And it was a main reason to separate from this school because I realized that it is totally devoted to the medical discourse, totally. Even when it did not follow the phenomenology of Husserl, but the late Heidegger followed again. Of course, without saying that, the phenomenology of Husserl, it means a phenomenology of the Wesen, of the essence. But it goes even farther. Whereas Thomas Fuchs, of course, differentiates between somatic, psychic, and psychosomatic illnesses, this is rejected by the late Heidegger because it is based on the philosophical prejudice of body and spirit as being separate entities. You know, this is the very bad philosopher René Descartes who has found that. But of course, that's not true. Since Christianity, every human being has a soul which will live without a body in eternity and so on. And maybe also in the in Greek antiquity, they are not so happy then as dead souls, but they exist. Yes. Therefore, a Daseinsanalysis based on a phenomenology of the essence of des Wesens cannot build a bridge to Freudian psychoanalysis. Now I come to the Schluss, to the end. This is different when you exclusively follow Heidegger's Daseinsanalytik in Being and Time, which he calls himself important parts of an existential anthropology. Ernst Tugendhat is for me an important German philosopher. He just died some weeks ago, 2 or 3 weeks ago, and he said about the structure of Heidegger's hermeneutic method in Being and Time, hermeneutics in Heidegger's sense hermeneutic in Heidegger's sense is thus a sort of philosophical psychoanalysis. I think this is a wonderful sentence. Of course, Heidegger wouldn't like to hear that because he didn't like Freud at all. Of course, also, again, my suspicion is that he didn't like psychoanalysis as for him, typical Jewish science, of course. And so he didn't want to have anything to do with psychoanalysis. And he said that, psychoanalysis is just causal thinking in the sense of the natural science. That's by no means true. Psychoanalysis is a hermeneutic of the unconscious and has nothing to do except some terms which he has lent from natural sciences. It has nothing to do with natural science. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Holzhey, for your presentation. Full of information. We will have to really sort of digest everything you had to say. And we're moving on to our second presenter. Pavlos Zarogiannis is going to present Experiencing as the Vehicle of Change and the Source of Meaning. Pavlos Zarogiannis is a very beloved colleague from the Hellenic Focusing Association. He has studied clinical psychology, German literature, and linguistics in Germany. He's co-founder and co-director of the Hellenic Focusing Center, and he works as a person-centered therapist, supervisor and training in person-centered and focusing-oriented psychotherapy. He's also a certified coordinator for Greece in the International Focusing Institute, and above all, he is a great friend, and we welcome him.
Thank you very much. Alice, may I have this little remote control or whatever? Thank you. First of all, thank you, Evgenia, for inviting me to participate or take part to this round table. And thank you all for being here now. Alice, your presentation I liked it very much, and I could go on with your presentation only and talking about it and put some questions and how can I say it, and have a dialogue with you. I would like to forget mine, but it's not possible. So I hope we will have some time later to talk, because it's very interesting what you said. As Evgenia said, my approach is the person-centered and focusing-oriented approach. And this is how I understand phenomenology. You said before, we are experts in phenomenology. I'm not. I don't consider myself as an expert. I think I have read something about phenomenology, and the way I work, I think it could be named phenomenological. But okay, let's see. In your abstract, or you at the end of your abstract, you formulate these two questions that are very, very important, I think, and they bothered me a lot. You wrote, what is the role of phenomenology in psychotherapy, and how can we use it in the therapeutic encounter? So I thought a lot about it. I didn't have an answer at the beginning. So gradually it came to my mind that, first of all, I think we can, in a general way, we can integrate the phenomenological perspective in the psychotherapeutic encounter or in psychotherapy in general. Integration means that we have already existing psychotherapeutic approaches, and we can, if we like, take some phenomenological concepts and try to integrate them in already existing therapeutic approaches. That means for me that the role of phenomenology in psychotherapy would be, in this case, secondary, supportive, may be useful, but not exactly necessary, because every approach has its own concepts and terms. And I don't think there is a need for something like this. Then, the second thing I thought about, we can apply the phenomenological perspective in the psychotherapeutic field as such, and create a phenomenological psychotherapy, or different phenomenological psychotherapies. And then the phenomenological perspective, or phenomenological perspectives, would be the basis for a lot for different psychotherapeutic approaches. So either integrating or applying it. So that is how far I could thought about the role of phenomenology in psychotherapy. So now I have to talk about I want to talk about my approach and my psychotherapeutic approach, and how my approach uses phenomenology or applies phenomenology in psychotherapy. As you said, no, it's okay. I work as a person-centered and focusing-oriented psychotherapist. For me, for us, the main or a main concept is experience. And you write in your abstract too, how does you write for phenomenology, excuse me for I'm English, I'm a little bit stressed now. For phenomenology, the ultimate source of all meaning and value, it is the lived experience of human beings. And that is what in my approach we try to think, to answer, to work with. But the term experience, in the way we see it, not so much in person-centered approach, but more in the focusing-oriented approach, is that experience, is a narrow concept, is usually seen as a subjective inner entity already formed, waiting somewhere inside a person's psyche to be discovered, brought to the fore, and symbolized accurately. Often, but not always, experience and meaning have a one-to-one relationship. That means an experience has just one meaning or a meaning, and a meaning is only right for an experience. That's why, or not only for this reason, we prefer in the focusing-oriented approach the term experiencing. I don't know how I should pronunciate it in English, because some colleagues of us from America or from England, they say experiencing, some others experiencing. So you can choose whatever you want, it's okay. So, experiences is a term that the founder of focusing, Eugene Gendlin, an Austrian-American philosopher, uses in order to express in English what Dilthey, with his term Erlebnis, means. Erlebnis is in German a noun. Experiences is in English a participle person. It's not a noun, it's, let's say, a verb. A lot of German colleagues say that the way Dilthey means the word Erlebnis is as a verb, erleben, and not as a noun. But it's okay. The main thing is that Gendlin uses the word experiencing in order to differentiate it from experience. Experience in English would be the German word Erfahrung, and experiencing the German word Erlebnis or Erleben. And why is this so important? I will try to show it to you, demonstrate it with an example. The first example, or the example, is from a Russian psychologist. It's a very, Vygotsky. In his book in 1932 about thought and language, wrote something that I like since I study in Germany linguistics. He writes about thought. Thought, unlike speech, do not consist of separate units. When I wish to communicate the thought that today I saw a barefoot boy in a blue shirt running down the street, I don't see every item separately. The boy, the shirt, its blue color, his running, the absence of color, of shoes. I conceive of all this in one thought, but I put it into separate words. A speaker often takes several minutes to disclose one thought. In his mind, the whole thought is present at once, but in speech, it has to be developed successively. A thought may be compared, and this is the sentence I love. A thought may be compared to a cloud shedding a shower of words. Precisely because thought does not have its automatic counterpart in words, the transition from thought to word leads through meaning. In our speech, there is always the hidden thought, the subtext. And I like to paraphrase this in order to show to you and to me what experiencing is. If we change the word thought with experiencing, then it is exactly what Gentlin means with this word in English. I don't know if it's okay to read it again, but if you, everywhere when Vygotsky writes thought, you replace it with experiencing, that is exactly what we mean by that. And at the end, I wouldn't say hidden, as Vygotsky writes. In our speech, we say in focusing, there is always the hidden, I wrote it not in the right way. It is always the hidden, the implicit experience. And that this is always the more. What we mean by that, I will take another example from what Ernesto Spinelli said at the beginning of his presentation. He said, I have only words. Yes, thank you. Here, not far away from here, in the Onassis Cultural Place, there is always outside with neon lights a saying, all we have is words and all we have is worlds. And yes, of course, we have only words, but worlds, the world, is more than words. It's that we mean by that. So, and to make it more clear what experiencing means and why we use it, I can take this whole thing, this whole example, and cut it in small pieces and translate it once again. In order to realize of my experiencing of the situation, because experience is situational always, me seeing the particular boy with these specific characteristics, first I should pause. I should stop talking, stop doing something. Then I could turn my attention to my body. Body means here, again, these two German words, Körper and Leib, not only the anatomical body, it's more than that. And then I could wait patiently until something, or a ... as Gentlin writes, a felt sense of the whole situation emerges. Something that I can sense in my body. And in this way, phenomena, as you said before, they are not given, but they can be sensed. because when they fly away from Dasein, they leave traces behind. I could formulate it in this way. Then I could sense where in my body this felt sense is, and so on. And I could wait until a symbol, a word, an image, a move comes that expresses this bodily felt sense or felt meaning. It's the same. That would be a symbolization process. And then, when I wait there patiently, words are coming. And as Gentlin writes, the coming of words is bodily, like the coming of tears, sleep, orgasm, or improvisation. And so on. And this experiencing, this in my example, I put myself in this situation that I am seeing this boy in the bicycle, and I can give you the example. Okay, I sense I have a knot in my throat, and when I wait with this knot here, then a lot of things are coming. Ideas are coming, thoughts are coming, emotions are coming, a lot of things. And not only this, but wishes to do something. What I wrote here is what could come out of this knot here, me seeing the body, this young boy in the bicycle. As Gentlin writes, experiencing this whole thing that I sense in my body, life, is a preconceptual, pre-reflective, pre-linguistic, undifferentiated sense of a situation or of situations. It's always intersubjective, relational, and interpersonal. Chiefly felt rather than known. Bodily accessible through felt senses. As someone said 2 days ago here, a presenter, a way of knowing that is immediate, embodied, holistic, and contextual. It contains processes, interaffecting, and steps of explication, like thoughts, feelings, ideas. These are just explications of the implicit experiencing. And it remains always more than any partial explication of it can be. Experiencing includes implicitly, that's its order, expressions, meanings, and understandings, since it is inherently a sense-making through its interaction with something that functions symbolically, like words, or the rules of our society. And in this context, experience is just a symbolized part of the much wider experiencing, and meaning, because meaning is necessary, is an aspect of its unfolding. And to close now, the way, with this example of now with this boy, my way of understanding phenomenology or applying phenomenology in psychotherapy, I would describe it as a process of understanding which helps us explicate the implicit meaning of every experience we have, of every situation we live. That is simple, plain, and practical embodied phenomenology. That is the way I describe it. And I like to call it embodied hermeneutics of everyday life, of embodied micro-hermeneutics, even of a single word, the word not, or whatever. And in this way, you asked your first question, or your title was, Alice, it is still description of the given or interpretation of the hidden. For me, it would be the unfolding of the implicit. Yes, the unfolding of the implicit. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Pavlos, for your presentation. Now we have our next speaker, Thanasis Giorgas, another friend and colleague from the Design Analysis Institute in Greece. He's going to talk about the phenomenological psychotherapy and the first-person perspective. Thanasis Giorgas is a psychiatrist and psychoanalyst and a design analyst and founding member and former president of the Hellenic Society for Design Analysis and a member of the board of directors of the International Federation of Design Analysis. And as I said with Pavlos, he is also a very beloved friend and colleague, and together with focusing on design analysis and Gignaste, we have a common seminar. We had a common seminar that was interrupted because of the pandemic, and we also published together a nice journal called Epochi. So here you go, Thanasis.
Dear Evgenia, thank you very much for inviting me to this round table. And of course, I thank you, all of you. I think that this round table focuses on one of the most important features of existential psychotherapies. Of course, an existential psychotherapy takes into account all these existential issues that are at the origin of the anxiety. But I personally find the phenomenological attitude as the most exciting aspect of existential psychotherapies. As is known, phenomenology is a method. In Greek, method is methodos. It is a Greek word. Methodos means the road, the path on which one walks or travels. That is, the phenomenological method is a path. As a method, as a path, started with Husserl. It is fair to credit him as the pioneer. We cannot bypass him. He was the one that introduced the attitude of epoch, in Greek, epochi, as a method of suspending judgments and bracketing preconceptions, as to examine phenomena as they appear to the first-person description of our own experience. It contradicts the scientific method of a third-person distancing and neutral description of objects. The aim of Husserl was to clarify the conditions of knowledge. But regarding this, Husserl, following consistently the phenomenological method, reached a dead end, reached an impasse. We can see this, for example, in his concept of the transcendental ego, but also in his analysis of intersubjectivity and the other. But why did he reach such an impasse? Perhaps we could consider Husserl's case as a whole case study. In my opinion, this is similar to impasses we usually meet in psychotherapy. But why? According to phenomenology, every phenomenon is constituted by both its obvious and its hidden, its concealed aspects. The obvious aspect is what becomes immediately apparent to us. The hidden aspect is all the three suppositions and preconditions, this background on which the obvious aspect of the phenomenon may appear. When we really ask a phenomenon, then we come to question not only its apparent, but also its hidden, its implicit, as Pavlos said before, its implicit background. What Husserl did not understand is that every search about knowledge carries with it some preconditions which determine it. Every epistemology presupposes an ontological background upon which it may be grounded. You see, Husserl's thought developed on an ontology that was self-evident to him, and so he did not question it. This background was the ontological scheme of modernity, the Cartesian duality, which distinguishes between subject and object, between res cogitans and res extensa. Martin Heidegger, and also for me, a very important figure, Maurice Merleau-Ponty, developed their own critical approach. Although Husserl was the starting point for them, they both, by pushing phenomenology to its limits, did what Husserl did not. They questioned the ontological foundations of his thought and of modernity in general. Heidegger approached the human being as Dasein and called us to pay attention to its fundamental characteristic of being in the world, in which we are always thrown. Merleau-Ponty's ontology emphasizes the primarily embodiment character of our being in the world, and argues that human perception is a dynamic process of bodily interaction with the environment. On the basis of their thought about human existence, we can see if now, at the present, we reach the point of paying attention and questioning the until now unquestioned background of a phenomenon, that is the past, it is like untying the bonds at the until this moment solid limitations of its framework. Then other possibilities can arise and the phenomenon itself shifts and changes altogether, liberating a future. It becomes a continuous process of the three dimensions of time altogether. That is a continuous process of our own existing, as our existence is not in time, it is time. It is a continuous process where temporality of phenomena and human existence cannot be separated from each other. Of course, this way of understanding phenomenology is different from Husserl's search from essential and stable substances, and far enough of understanding phenomenology as essential vision. Therefore, phenomenology becomes a hermeneutic phenomenology, which is at first an invitation to dialogue. The phenomenological path itself, if followed consistently and taken to its limits, obliges a revision, a reconsideration of the underlying preconditions. So phenomenology itself leads necessarily to ontology. Can we say something similar regarding psychotherapy? I think yes. Practicing psychotherapy in a phenomenological way starts, of course, with the Husserlian attitude of epoch. This attitude expresses something simple: respect for the other person and its experience, respect for the phenomena themselves. However, as we said before, each phenomenon has both its apparent and its concealed, its implicit, its uncertain character. So the phenomenological listening in psychotherapy cannot render to a naive empiricism and a simple superficial description of what is presented on a first apparent level. In the psychotherapeutic dialogue, and here I emphasize, only in dialogue with the client, starting from what is being experienced, starting from the obvious side of this experience, we can question about the concealed background, the how of this experience. And this background is a whole situation, a whole world. If we ask how the background world of the client is being constituted, it is like to ask how this own existing is constituted. This questioning may reach the way of his perceiving of the grounding ontological issue. That is the issue that I exist and I have to exist. I am and I have to be. The hidden ontological background in an implicit way is included to every human experience. As a therapist, my intention is to help my clients to articulate their own experience. To do this, I let myself just being with them. I have to stay there with free attention, sensing my bodily feeling and sensing the other person and the whole atmosphere between us. Just being sensing and not doing. Thinking and explaining is also a doing. The phenomenological attitude makes room to the ambiguous, bodily and dispositional, often unclear and enigmatic character of the experience, which often appears through psychological disorders and symptoms. This condition is like inviting us to pay attention to it and challenging to further articulation. This way, the phenomenon itself proceeds, shifts, and changes, going out from its previous static and fixed situation. As Maurice Merleau-Ponty says, when the background changes, so does the figure emerge from it. Thus, a phenomenological psychotherapy that honors the first-person experience of the client can only adopt a hermeneutic phenomenological approach. Thank you. Thank you for your patience.
Great. Thank you, Thanasis. You were so much on time. Very good. It made my life a lot easier. But and I am really sorry that I was late, but we have the lunch break afterwards. So after Justinas Grigas, who is our last presenter, has his presentation, whoever wants to stay for another 15 minutes to have our discussion, please feel free to do so, because there are so many things on the table. And when Thomas Fuchs replied that he wouldn't be able to join us for this table, Alice Holzhey suggested that we invite Justinas Grigas from Lithuania to talk to us about phenomenology, a therapeutic attitude or a meta-theory of psychotherapy. And Justinas has received his doctorate degree in philosophy from Vilnius University and is a trainee of existential psychotherapy in the Institute of Humanistic and Existential Psychotherapy in Lithuania and maintains a private practice in Vilnius. So welcome, Justinas, and we are ready to hear your presentation.
All right, so thank you. Thank you again for the invitation to come here and to take the place of Thomas Fuchs. I was quite surprised by this. Oh, you can hear me now? Okay. So I was thanking for inviting me here and about me being surprised to take the place of Thomas Fuchs, whom, of course, I also hold in high esteem. But it just so happens that what I'm about to say here is perhaps something similar to how Thomas Fuchs would see the situation. So even though he is not here, I will attempt to represent what I believe to be his position. And I don't have any slides, but I will try to compensate that by providing you with some shocking value, perhaps, or some spice by introducing some opposition to what was said here. All right, so I will begin by just taking a step back and considering the role of phenomenology and psychotherapy from a historical perspective. And the historical perspective reveals that this relationship between these two practices has resulted in two different expressions. So one expression is phenomenology understood as an exploratory method or attitude employed within the therapeutic setting, within the therapeutic session, in regards to the client, to the therapist himself, to the therapeutic situation. In other words, it's phenomenology understood as, well, let's say therapeutic attitude. And I believe this is the position which was maintained by our colleagues here at the round table. On the theoretical level, it is developed especially by Alice, I think, and also by Ernesto Spinelli. I think most of us are quite acquainted with this position. And the other historical expression of this relationship between therapy and phenomenology, I would say, is a different one. It's phenomenology understood mostly as an anthropology, that is the study of human being or human existence, and as an anthropology which stands in a meta-theoretical relationship towards therapy. In other words, it's not phenomenology employed in the therapeutic session, but rather as something which stands on the other side of the therapeutic session and somehow tries to reflect what's it about, what are the conditions of therapy, also in the context of general reflections about the human being. So, and it is my belief that Thomas Fuchs understands of phenomenology precisely in this way. I even heard of him saying once in a seminar, if I remember correctly, that in his opinion it is incorrect to apply the term phenomenology in the context of actual therapy. And the way I interpreted his position is that it's mainly a meta-theoretical enterprise in regards to phenomenology. So my intention in this talk is firstly to briefly expound on the idea of phenomenology as a meta-theory of psychotherapy. And the second point, which I consider more important, is to put across the idea that if we take phenomenology as a method theory, then existential therapy appears as only one possible therapeutic strategy. Phenomenology as a method theory opens up a broad perspective, a multidimensional perspective of being, and existential therapy appears to be only as one possible strategy in this perspective. And this means that there's no like a marriage between existential therapy and phenomenology. There is no like monogamous relationship between these two practices, and phenomenology is more like polyamorous and open to open relationships with other therapeutic approaches. And in my talk, I will try to put across the point that, for example, cognitive behavioral therapy can also be grounded from a phenomenological point of view. So just to begin with the first idea of phenomenology being a method theory, I just want to draw your attention to the historical perspective again and mention just a few names, like Karl Jaspers, Eugene Minkowski, and Ludwig Binswanger. So these are three figures who we all know as introducing phenomenology into the field of therapy, let's say, or psychiatry. But already in these figures, which we see as the beginners of this enterprise we are in, we can see that they employ phenomenology mostly as an anthropology. That is an investigation of human being, of the structures of human being, and they themselves did not consider phenomenology as a therapeutic attitude. Didn't use that word in that sense. And if we read their texts, we can see that mostly they are like investigations of structures of human experience. And only more recently did we get these ideas of applying the term phenomenology as a therapeutic attitude. And this was made, I guess, by the authors I've mentioned before. Yes, so just to maybe elaborate a bit more on what this idea of phenomenology as a method theory entails, is, as I already mentioned, is like an investigation of human being, of the structures of human being. Husserl, for example, started this by investigating the structures of consciousness, as already mentioned, but then he was criticized by other authors who tried to overcome the dualistic point of view of consciousness and reality. But still, phenomenology, even in its most recent postmodern expressions, I think still remains as a enterprise which tries to elaborate on the structures of experience. I would say it tries to elaborate on the conditions of possibility of everyday being. So conditions of possibility of everyday being entail both my consciousness, but also conditions of being which are out there. For example, recently technology, right? Technology is reflected by phenomenology as a condition of possibility of our everyday existence. So I would say like phenomenology as an investigation into the conditions of possibility of everyday existence. And in the authors I mentioned, Jaspers, Binswanger, Minkowski, they are also engaged in elaborating on the conditions of possibility of existence, on the structures of these conditions of possibility and their alterations, which result in various states called pathological, right? For example, Minkowski says that depression is a disturbance of the basic vitality of the person and a disturbance of his ability to project the future, right? So this is let's say, a phenomenological statement about a depressive state. And on this account of this statement, a therapist, for example, may try to come up with certain strategies which would somehow influence this situation, which would somehow aim at developing a sense of vitality in the patient. But this basic statement about the depressive state and its structure opens up a field of various possibilities, how to approach this situation therapeutically. Existential therapy perhaps is not the only one strategy which can arise from such an insight. And here I turn to my second point I mentioned about looking at what types of therapeutic strategies may be discovered from a meta-theoretical point of view. So just to introduce some meta-theoretical perspectives on therapy. All right. I just want to point out that the previous positions maintained by my colleagues here, they put an emphasis on the understanding dimension of human existence. And understanding, that means looking at human being as an understanding being and having this basic insight about something being on the surface of understanding, and then something being hidden, which is to be uncovered, and so on. I would say this is a basic presupposition of these positions which were presented. But on the other hand, we have such an author as Merleau-Ponty, which is also mentioned, who opens up the bodily dimension of existence. And I would like to argue that this dimension entails more than just understanding. It entails active involvement with the environment, automatic, habitual reactions to the environment. And precisely because of this, therapeutic strategy like cognitive behavioral therapy may have its rationale. I'm sorry, I don't think I have enough time to elaborate as much as I want to, but I will try to get across my point by providing a small example, which illustrates some key ideas by Merleau-Ponty. And one of the basic insights of Merleau-Ponty, as he's talking about the body, is the body being a locus or an anchor point of a sense of I can, for the person, the basic sense of I can. Or we can also say I cannot or I can't. And it's the body somehow maintains my feeling of what I can do and what I cannot do in my existence. And body, the habitual motor reactions of the body are the basis of this feeling that I can or I cannot. And in a therapeutic situation, I think this is quite important because it grounds this sense of I can, the basic feeling of hope the client has. I can is very much connected with I hope something is good going to happen in my future. And this feeling of hope is likewise grounded in the bodily dimension of the human being. And to move to the conclusion, I just want to mention also a vignette from a conversation I had with my client, a new client, a young woman who was diagnosed with borderline personality disorder. And before coming to me, she had quite a lot of therapeutic experience. And one of these experiences was in dialectical behavioral therapy, in which she had a training about how to just live through intense emotional states. And these were very practical techniques and advices, and also teaching, like bodily embodied teaching about what to do and how to handle a situation. And why I emphasize this, because it's teaching at the bodily level. You know, it's the teaching at the I can level. My client states that during all the therapeutic experiences she had, this teaching was perhaps the turning point in her history of depression, failures in various relationships and studies and so on. This developed and raised sense of I can gave her a new perspective, gave her hope that I can, face these hardships when they come, and I can live through them. Even though I have many other problems, I can, face them when things get tough and just live through them. So I was quite, surprised and excited to hear this, but it also, gave me a new perspective on how I see cognitive behavioral therapy. Because such a technique, it seems quite simple, but on some basic bodily level, it opens up new possibilities of I can. And it can be very perspective changing for the client. So to conclude my talk, I just want to say that and recapitulate that if we take phenomenology as a meta theory, I think it's quite worthwhile to see it that way. It opens up various possibilities of therapeutic strategies and also deconstructs the limits we try to impose between the therapeutic communities. And I think if we look at phenomenology, it invites more like dialogue between different approaches rather than trying to isolate ourselves and to accentuate what is distinctive about existential therapy. Thank you.
Thank you, Justinas, for your contribution. It was very helpful, in my mind at least, it was very helpful. All of the presentations were wonderful. And as I said, there are so much to discuss. Maybe, we need to take a couple of minutes from our lunch break to, and I'm sorry again for being late, either if you want to discuss with one another, if you want to take some questions from the audience, if there is something that you would like more clarification about, or I saw all of you keeping notes, so I'm aware that, that there are many things that probably you want to discuss.
There's a question. Oh, okay.
This question is just for Alice. I was wondering about the term illusion when you used illusion in your PowerPoint and what you were referring to.
It was a quotation. It was not my word. It was a quotation from from Heidegger translated in English. In Heidegger, it was not the word illusion. We have this word also in German, but you know, this is this kind of translation, which is also a little bit, it's always bad in these translations, and certainly the translation of Heidegger is very bad in English. And even I take another, not the normal, but it's not much better. It's really in many. So for instance, we have the word Sorge. Yes, it's translated in English with care. That's only half the truth. The other part of Sorge is being burdened with something, being to have sorrows, yes? And that falls totally away. And also this word illusion does not belong to the terminology of Heidegger, and it belongs to psychoanalysis in a way, and so, no, but self-deception belongs to Heidegger. So it would have been better to speak of self-deception.
Thank you. And just the word body that you used, and would that be innate wisdom that the body has? Is that what you're referring to, like in the understanding piece that you talked about?
Yeah. No, I didn't have anything like innate wisdom by saying body, but it might be considered as some sort of innate know-how, but it's not only know, it's also do. You know, how do you do? Our body is like a locus of various habitual reactions to our environment. For example, even my speech is like a bodily event, and the fact that I can engage in a conversation and be in front of you, is based not only in my thoughts, which I have, but also in my bodily capacity to express, right? And these capacities to be, to react, are the locus and the ground of our sense of I can. This basic sense of I can or I cannot, or something is restricted to me or not possible for me. And I think when clients are in a helpless state, in a hopeless state, in a feeling of despair, part of that is a result of some sort of constriction at the bodily level as well. Even when they feel that I cannot say something, right? I'm not allowing me to use my lips to open the words up, right? I cannot say something, I cannot speak about something. This is a bodily restriction as well, not a mental block. So much of what happens in therapy, I think, can also be projected on this, screen of I can. What happens when a client gains a sense of relief from talking about things? He gains a sense that I can talk about it, and it is possible that someone will hear me. Before, I did not experience this as possible. This is also a bodily event.
Thank you, Justinas. Pavlos has a question, or Thanasis has a question? Okay.
It is a question about, for my friend Pavlos Zaroyannis. I very much appreciate the therapeutic attitude of gentling and of focusing, especially the attitude that makes room to the implicit that comes in embodily character. the bodily implicit. I very much appreciate this. However, I wonder if you somehow take into account the existential themes, the ontological themes that are at the origin of the anxiety, the human anxiety.
You mean if I take this into my account as a therapist?
As a therapist.
In what way? No, I don't, and yes, I do. I mean, as I understand my approach, it's not about content, it's about processes. So the content can be, sooner or later, what you meant by ontological themes. I am open and I am there if they come. If they don't, it's okay, again. But I don't do something in order to make them come or to work with these things. If they come, it's okay for me, and I'm there to work with it. Because, again, in my approach, we don't have, as I understand it, we don't have content. What should or what shouldn't the client talk about?
I very much agree with this.
There's a couple of questions.
It's okay, got one. Thank you. This is really mainly directed at Alice, but it's for all of you. I share with you your concern around the quasi-medicalization of phenomenology. And I think one of the distinctions that can be made with regard to other forms of therapy is that existential therapy, as I see it anyway, moves away from that intent to alter the person, to make them better, to improve their lives, to do all those things that quasi-medical approaches are centered on. My dilemma, though, with what you were arguing is that when Heidegger introduces a term like self-deception, isn't that sneaking in a kind of quasi-medical assumption around the way people are, should be, ought to become, are wrong or right about being?
Yes, I thought about the same thing when they discussed with each other, they two, the men. There is no concept of resistance. And of course, when this resistance does not belong to the medical perspective, but it belongs, of course, to the psychoanalytic perspective, that the patient fears a lot what could come to the surface, and he is reluctant to speak about it. He wants to overplay it, or even to deceive the analyst, and hopes that the analyst doesn't realize that he may be, and so. But of course, I think today psychoanalysts are very different from how they were in earlier times when they gave just interpretations and interpretations that was, in a way, unacceptable. They also are much more waiting and trying to maybe help to express something or make a proposal how it could be or so. But that is not the same as it was earlier. But I think, yes, when one cannot, when I take the anxiety as an important emotion which discloses us a truth it is hard to bear. For instance, as Kierkegaard said, being free in this special sense, not to being freed from something what I was inhibited before, but to be being free and responsible to take decisions. Then many people may go back from taking decisions. They want that other take them for them and so on. And so, I mean, this is a resistance. This is a, and how would you then? Then words are words. It is a possibility to say, is it really so dangerous for you to take one's own decision? Do you always need to delegate it to others and then criticize what they have said to you? So, for instance, that's just a construct, of course. But I would like to ask you, Ernesto, how would you?
I think my dilemma is that resistance, I don't see resistance as necessarily being a deception. It is who I am being when I'm being that person. You know, a number of physicists that I'm aware of have asked the question, when am I not being who I am? And in that sense, there's never any self-deception. We are always being the person that we are. That to my mind, what that has done for me is that it's taken me away from that assumption that somehow there is a wrongness in the way the person is being. They might not like it, they might feel terrified by it, they might hate it, but it's not a deception. It's an actuality. It's who they are.
Yes, but why can a deception not be actually belonging to a person, how she is, or he is? I do not see the
word deception suggests that there is a falseness, that there is a right way to be and a false way to be, and I am being false.
No. When I believe that death will not come to me, it may come to all others, but not to me. I'm the great exception. So isn't that a deception? Is it that an illusion? Isn't that, you cannot say, he is this way. I mean, I speak of truth. It's not a wrongness who has to be cured, but somehow becoming more truthful is for me, yes, it is for me an important.
Maybe this is a conversation we can have someday.
Yes.
But
I hope so.
You know, I would like to join a little bit in that discussion because I think it's so important. And if my understanding is correct, phenomenology is trying to understand the implicit, what has not been revealed yet, and what sometimes is hidden. But I always remember, Ernesto, and I teach to my students, what you said once when you were here for a seminar, that be careful, because if you threaten or if you challenge the self-deception or the, however we want to call it, the defense of a person or his sentimentations and his worldview, we might have a breakthrough, but we might also have a breakdown. And that has always stuck in my mind. And I always want to respect where the person is in his understanding of the world and in his experiencing of the world at that moment, and to follow him or her step by step
Yes.
To where his understanding will take him. But, you know, as I guess we've been discussing with Thanasis and Pavlos, and to sort of help them to unravel, to self-disclose more and more to themselves. But, you know, so I don't know if I'm, but this was my thought. But I want to try to be as respectful as possible of where the person is and how much they want to understand, or how much they want to reveal, or how much they want to be aware at any single moment in time. And it's not my duty to bring more light if they're not ready for more light or for another understanding. They will come to the new understanding when they are ready to come. I know we have exceeded quite a bit time, but it is such an important conversation, and everything was, yeah.
I need to add something and bring us back to bring us back to Paul Ricoeur, that say that there is two kinds of hermeneutics. There is the hermeneutics of the truth, and there is the hermeneutics of the disbelief. So I think this could maybe see the two kind of options. If we believe that there is something in beneath, so we stand at the room and trying to dig for it. So I think this is what you said about that we know something. So this is the disbelief, Nietzsche, Freud, etc. But if we're in the hermeneutics of truth, then we reveal with the patient the aletheia way of Heidegger for truth. But then there is nothing in beneath, and a person is a person. So,
yes, but I guess the question,
both.
The question is still, whose truth are we talking about?
So it really depends. That's why there is two kinds of hermeneutics.
We can't hear you. Can you have the microphone?
I'm just wondering if it's possible that the person we're talking about with so-called resistance actually has two truths. We're talking as though there's only one. But by calling it resistance, we're taking sides. Could we not work with both sides of what's being presented equally and just see how they reveal themselves?
So is there, I can't see if there is somebody else that got the microphone or not, but I think that this was a very...
Thank you. Thank you very much for your talk. It was very interesting. I guess as a younger therapist, I struggle with the idea of, I guess, the Husserlian phenomenology, where what appears to you, as you guys discussed, and also what Heidegger talked about, the kind of the hidden. And when you are, on a practical sense, in the therapy room, from the first person perspective, how do you go about it? Because you're one person, two ideas, ontological ideas as well. How do you go about being in a therapy room with holding two, in a sense, contradicting ideas is kind of my struggle.
Yeah, I'm not also clear. Which are the contradicting ideas?
No, I guess, if something is hidden or if something is appeared, how do you, as from the first person, as a therapist, you're in the room, are you going for the hidden? Are you going to what appears to you? I just think that those two ideas, when you're in the room, can be quite difficult to hold both of them when you are in the person, because you're like, okay, this is what they're telling me. In my mind, I'm somewhere else. I have to bracket it, come back into the room. Is that the dynamic? And also, especially listening to Professor Spinelli earlier, talking about we are here, but we're there. Everything is kind of so dynamic. Where do you stand as a therapist in the room in all of these very complex dynamics?
Oh. Actually, I don't have anything in my mind, if I can speak for myself. What I have in my mind is what I shared yesterday in presence and attunement, is to be there. And to be there with my whole being, and to be open to hear and understand what the person across the room is bringing. I'm not thinking about hidden or not hidden. Or I'm just trying to, let's say, phenomenologically, try to explore the phenomenon of the other, and not assume that I know what they're talking about, or that, my truth or whatever I'm hypothesizing. So I'm trying to listen. I try to attune myself and to understand, really, with my whole being, with my feelings as well, not just with my logic, with my rational side, but with my intuition and my whole body, to understand what this person is bringing in the room. Again, not just with what he's saying, but with his whole being as well, with how he is in the room. But I don't really have, as one of our students said, I don't have any hidden agendas or any expectations of how the person is going to be, or how it's going to go. And my only expectation, as I said yesterday, is to create a relationship. That's my only expectation. And that's from my side. I don't know, how the other person is going to bring it in, and whether he or she will allow me to have a relationship. So I don't know if I'm answering your question. So
I agree with you totally, but I would say the last sentence in another way. My concern would be not to create any relationship, but to realize what kind of relationship I already have. Oh, but it's okay.
Yeah.
Like client.
And especially this is the hidden, this is the implicit.
I don't like the word hidden, but it's okay. But I would like to ask you something, but we don't have time to say something more about phenomenology, anthropology, and metapsychology. Because as I learned in Germany in the university, every therapeutic approach has its own anthropology, and it is already a metapsychology. So why stress that phenomenology is this only? The systemic approach is already an anthropology and a metapsychology. Or whatever, psychoanalysis too, or behavioral and cognitive therapy.
Yeah, I would say that I stress this because of theoretical implications of the term phenomenology, and having in mind these implications, I think it's more problematic to apply this term to the therapeutic context rather than this meta-theoretical level. So this is more like a theoretical debate, I would say, systematic debate. On the other hand, I think phenomenology can clarify and guide not only existential therapy. I think it has a perspective to be adopted by other therapeutic approaches. That's what I'm interested in. Gestalt therapy uses also the phenomenologists for their investigations, and I would say behavioral therapists also might involve phenomenology into their own. All right.
Phenomenologists say what they say about us, if they would like to integrate phenomenology in their approach.
But this is also at the intersection between practical and theoretical. Yeah.
Perhaps phenomenology is the unifying feature of all existential psychology.
I am the chair. But we do have to stop. And I guess even if I was on time, we would still not have enough time to address the issue. But I'm very happy that we had together Alice Holzhey and Pablo Zaroyanis and Thanasis Georgas and, of course, Justinas Krigas. So thank you all for coming, and see you at the keynote in half an hour.
Dear friends, thank you very much for joining us and for your willingness to spend some time together. We are waiting Dr. Alice Holzhey, who will participate in our table, and she will be there in a few minutes. But we have to start. This roundtable is about the question of time in phenomenology. In phenomenological existential psychotherapy. Phenomenological philosophy has explored the concept of time as a basic structure of the human being. According to its perspective, the awareness of being a self is imbued with a sense of a lived duration of experience. You are welcome. Temporal experience, which has been the object of this roundtable, is a cornerstone of the human suffering and the psychotherapeutic practice. Okay, all this, but I would like to start this roundtable with a poem of Jorge Luis Borges. Often a poet, Alice, please. Often a poet can express what we all, the rest, are unable to express, or to put it, we need volumes of books to say. This poem says, "We are the time. We are the time. We are the famous metaphor from Heraclitus the Obscure. We are the water, not the hard diamond, the one that is lost, not the one that stands still. We are the river, and we are that Greek that looks himself into the river. His reflection changes into the waters of the changing mirror, into the crystal that changes like the fire. We are the vain, predetermined river in his travel to his sea. The shadows have surrounded him. Everything said goodbye to us. Everything goes away. Memory does not stamp his own coin. However, there is something that stays. However, there is something that bemoans. The first of our presentations will be from both Maria Hasapi and George Vasilakos. The second will be from Pavlos Zarogiannis, and the last one will be from Alice Holzhey-Kunz. I would say something about Maria Hasapi and George Vasilakos. They are both psychiatrists. Our friend George Vasilakos is the director of the psychiatric clinic of the Kozani Hospital. He is not an easy person. He is a very complicated person. He doesn't want to be a psychiatrist, but he is a psychiatrist. Also, he doesn't want to be a psychotherapist, but he is a psychotherapist. I don't know what he is. Perhaps he would like to be a poet. He is the author of many books related to psychiatry and literature, and he has also translated in Greek Rollo May and Louis Saz. Maria Hasapi is an excellent young psychiatrist, assistant of Dr. Vasilakos in the psychiatric clinic of the Kozani Hospital. Their presentation has the title Kukos Drama. Kukos Drama. What is Kukos Drama? I wonder. Kukos Drama. The presentation is by Maria Hasapi. Yes.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for being here after the lunch, especially. So the presentation is actually a three-part text, and due to limitations of time, whatever that means, is we cannot read the third part, but maybe it will be distributed, or it can be available for whoever wants it to have the full idea of the text. So to begin with, the introduction. In a recent paper, Thomas Fuchs examines the tension between the cyclical time of the body and the linear time of the Western civilization. He proposes that the linear conception of time and its application by technological means results in societal as well as personal predicament and individual psychopathology. If the human body nature in general, and some cultures exist through, embody, reenact and worship the cyclical and the repetitive, it is obvious that the most common and widespread technological device, which substantializes and embodies the linear grasp and conception of time, is the clock. If the people of the past, before the advent of the modern civilization, founded on sheer rationality, science and technology, in a word, on the mundane and secular, were gathered in and around holy places, responding to the call of God, nature, and the ancestors, it seems that the modern man tends to respond to quite different calls, gathering around and in front of quite different presences, usually quite palpable and almost tangible ones. It seems to us, recalling similar, although of a lower scale, fact of our own life, that the moonshot of Apollo 11 is emblematic of such a development. Although we don't claim that there exists an all-encompassing replacing of the old ethos by the modern one, there does appear an intensifying suppression of the former by the latter. If the moonshot of Apollo, whose launch is timed by counting down to 0, gathered the fascinated people in front of a television screen, minor actual gatherings happen in our current everydayness, its origins might be traced in the central public squares of the late Middle Ages and the Renaissance. Usually there existed the cathedral as well as the city hall, respectively a spiritual and secular place where people gathered with quite different moods, interests, etc., that is, with different openness to what appears and shows itself. The primary call to the believers was the sound of the bells, a call that is intended for their ears, and as a sound has by its very nature a cyclical surrounding quality. That is, it is experienced as existing all around the body. It cannot be avoided, let's say, by turning your back. Gradually, the clock mounted up the top of the city hall, suggesting and recommending to the people to turn their look on it, on a technological achievement measuring the linear time, a human conception compelling them to stare at it. If you want to enjoy the scientific and technological, secular and bourgeois achievements, you must have them always in front of your eyes, to look forward and to step forward. The cyclical time and the reenactment of the past is a futile existential stance, the vision of the future through the clock, the pointing of the measurement of the abstract, of the eye and the rational mind, promises a brave new world. Of course, all that has to be done by persuasion and by presenting proof, or implicitly by fashion and habit. That is the case that the clock replaced the bells on the highest buildings of the cities or conquered whole squares, for example, the Big Ben in London or the Times Squares in New York. In Kozani, the city we live and work, the City Hall, the Metropolitan Church of St. Nicholas, and the Bell Tower consist of a cohesive and almost undivided complex in the Central Square. The tower, being in the middle, touches the two respective buildings. The definite reconstruction of the tower dates since 1855, consisted of 6 floors, having the height of 26 meters. However, after the reconstruction of the City Hall in 1935, a 7th floor was added to the tower in 1939. And since then, there dominates the clock, which absorbed literally and figuratively the bells. People long ago have forgotten even the existence of the bells, and perhaps the church itself and the whole place, being the most popular meeting point, is referred to as just the clock. Thus we say, quote, "We shall be met at the clock." This is an example of a quiet and bloodless triumph won by the secular and the technological, just by the stream of modern ethos. Nevertheless, in some rare occasions, this had to be done by coercion and violence. This is the cuckoo's case. In the following, we shall attribute certain human features to a bird and involve it in human concerns, pursuits, and affairs. We understand the problem of anthropomorphism, but given that our approach is to a large extent an imaginative one, we think that such attributions are inevitable if we are to be faithful to the very nature of man. Heidegger's insight concerning the poetical dueling of man in earth implies a looking and understanding of one reality through another one, a seeing as, that is imagination, and so a revealing and hearing of the given, where sheer rationality remains blind and deaf. Anthropomorphism may not reveal, for example, the nature of an animal, but that of the human. In the novel The Animal Farm by George Orwell, the allegory reveals the nature of man and not of the anthropomorphous animals. It would take us too far to repeat the arguments concerning the contribution of imagination to cognition in general, and the institution of society in particular, but long story short, it might be enough to point out that any possibility, just imagined or even actualized, concerning human everydayness, to science, to art, is to a large extent a matter of the workings of imagination. Very briefly, cuckoo is described in ornithology as a parasitic bird. He does not have a nest of his own. In fact, he does not build any nest, but knocks down some of the eggs of another bird and puts his own in their place. He's very careful to choose a nest with eggs similar to his own, because if the owner identifies the strange eggs, he will destroy them. The cuckoo chick grows up before the remaining legal chicks, and after killing them, enjoys the exclusive parental care. He, who never met his real parents and their upbringing, inherited the criminal character and the relevant habits. Cuckoo is very rarely seen even by other birds. He's hidden quite well, as if he feels shameful for his crimes, or most likely because of his fear of revenge. A terrible circle of fraud, violence, fear, and hiddenness, a very real, although partial, aspect of the circle of nature. Cuckoo is known for the fact of announcing a phase of nature, that of spring. In some languages, the very word cuckoo is used interchangeably with the word spring, and in other ones, the word cuckoo names a certain month of spring. Its call is a monotonous and repetitive cuckoo, and again, in some languages, cuckoo as a verb means to repeat. In some rare occasions, particularly at night, cuckoo cries out a terrible scream, as that of a tortured human being. In any case, the spring is considered the period of the apex of nature, particularly in an orgiastic sense, implying not only sexual activities, and secondarily aggressive ones, mainly in the service of mating, but also of an all-pervasive blossoming of everything. From a human perspective, this is an era of bodily expressiveness and explosion, including of the inorganic earth, giving birth to organic life, perhaps an era of chaos with no rules, limits, and restraints, except, among others, the limits of wound and threatening death, or the restraints of saturation and exhaustion. It is remarkable that in the era before the human law and the cosmic order imposed by Zeus, Cronus, a cruel god, swallowed his own children to avoid his succession by the next generation. In fact, denying the linear time, where the next moment replaces the past one, and the replaced cannot return. The linear time, in contrast to the cyclical one, excludes the repetition and the return, in a sense of stagnation and sameness, and permits just the progress and not the regress. Cuckoo's contact concerning the succession of generations looks like that of Cronus, in the sense of killing the future offspring of another bird, of exposing his own ones to a deadly danger, and of the cuckoo chick killing the chicks of its step-parents. If Zeus dethroned, replaced, and punished Cronus, his duty on earth was assumed by his substitute, if not the fully enlightened, in any way the illuminator, the man. The man of Renaissance and Enlightenment, who yearns for progress and resents the regress, pursues the future denying the repetition, the stagnation and the sameness, who above anything else despises the infanticide, reserved for the cuckoo and artful treatment and punishment. He imprisoned him not in the flesh, but in a caricature form, forcing him to announce the linear time of civilization and progress, in a way glorifying the rational mind and its holders. Although the first penny sketches of Cuckoo's Clock appeared in the late Middle Ages, and some sporadic pieces in the Renaissance in a few princely villas, in the beginning of the 18th century, there was an explosion of cottage industries and Cuckoo's Clock selling shops, particularly in the southern Germany. Henceforth, Cuckoo's Clock, that is his jailhouse, adorned the bourgeois houses of that class, which embodied the ideals of rationality, science, and progress. In effect, the ideal of subjection of nature and its cyclical time to civilization and linearity. The collective imaginary of man is a wise one, because how could be understood that a bird worthless of any value, which is shown in a Greek proverb which has it that, quote, the cuckoo prized as a nightingale, that is a leg and an arm, foolish, quote, there is no immunity to cuckoo's ideas, and silly, in medieval times, court cuckoo was the court clown, turned to a valuable accessory of the wealthy and progressive middle class. And the orphan, exiled from the woods, convict in a jail cell for age-old crimes, sings a song which sounds to him as his and not his own at the same time. It seems like his ancient call to nature, but in the present it is a call for the everyday arrangements of the businessman ruled by the measured time. If any one of us takes account of his awareness of his deadly sins, of his fear of revenge in his native land, his arrest and imprisonment for the worst of the crimes, his embodiment of cyclical time, in an alien rationalized environment, then it is not difficult to understand why, from time to time, cries his terrible scream. Fortunately, it is about his past crimes and present condition, definitely not about us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Hasapi. I should remind, especially for those who were not from the beginning of our roundtable, that Maria Hasapi and George Vasilakos came from the Kozani Hospital. They are both psychiatrists. And thank you very much for your poetic presentation. Because I feel you answered my initial question, what is about this Cuckoo's time? I felt a bit anxious with this title because I know that Dr. Vasilakos very often turns us around and puzzles us, but now I feel a bit easy. It was a very poetic presentation. The second presentation is of Pavlos Zarogiannis. We were together to the previous roundtable with Alice Holzhey-Kunz as well. I would say, hi George, I would say that again that Pavlos Zarogiannis has studied clinical psychology, German literature, and linguistics in Germany. He is co-founder and co-director of the Hellenic Focusing Center. He works as a person-centered therapist supervisor and trainer in person-centered and focusing-oriented counseling and psychotherapy. He is also a certified coordinator for Greece in the International Focusing Institute. First of all, he is a very good friend and he inspires us a lot. Dr. Zarogiannis, dear Pavlos.
Thank you. Thank you. It's me again. Some of you were in the previous roundtable and you heard some things and you will hear it again. I'm sorry, but I cannot escape myself from my approach and from my terminology and vocabulary. So be patient with me. Well, time. Yes. When I start thinking about time in psychotherapy, I start thinking about time in general, but not a lot because I'm not a philosopher, therapist. And I asked, I want to say it right, ChatGPT to tell me, and I did this because I don't know why in the last year I have 4 clients, young clients, that they are working in the artificial intelligence field, and they tell me a lot of things about it. So I tried and I asked ChatGPT about the concepts of time, and it answered that. Not all of them, but a lot of them. So there are many concepts, or a lot of concepts of time. Some of these, you can, if you want, you can read it. They can be applied to psychotherapy. And for me, when I start thinking about it more and more, what is the time, or what about time in psychotherapy, is there that there are at least 2 kinds of time concerning psychotherapy. And my hypothesis is that psychotherapy, as a special kind of practice, has its own, I borrow this term from another Russian philosopher, Bakhtin, chronotop, Mikhail Bakhtin. He uses it, these are 2 Greek words, chronos is time, topos is space, and he uses this term for literature theory and interpreting novels and literature. But I think this is a nice concept that can be applied also to psychotherapy. And that means for me that psychotherapy, although it presupposes the usual space and time concepts we have, it transcends both and creates its own time-space. Years ago, I tried to think about the space of psychotherapy, and not the room, not the geographical kind of space, or the decoration, or whatever, or the interior of the psychotherapeutic space, but I thought there must be also another kind of space, the psychotherapeutic space. And this is also for the time, I think. So my approach helps me to differentiate between the 2 kinds of time now, especially for time. The one, I call it explicit time, and the other one implicit. Not hidden, not unconscious, but implicit, yes. What is the first? I will tell you now what I mean by those 2 terms, explicit time and the implicit one. Explicit time is what we all know, the cuckoo time. It is what we know in our everyday life, what we can measure with our watches and what we learn. It is, I call it the objective time, or the time of the objective body, and I use the word body as Körper in German. And you can read this sentence, the whole sentence. My English is not so good. It presupposes a linear, mathematical, scientific conceptualization of time. And we heard some things about time from you before. And we know, all of us, we know this time well. We learn. We have learned since childhood to live and deal with it. We learn to tell the time, to measure it, to name different time slots and sequences. We learn the days, the months, and the seasons of the year. We also learn that there is finite and infinite time. We learn to care about time because it goes by and it brings us close to death. Time, as such, as in its explicit form, becomes gradually an object in and for our consciousness. It becomes a thing, an issue, a problem, a fact. It becomes also temporality, property, substance, and so on, symptom, diagnostic criterion, or a fundamental ground. And in this case, we have, I think, many ready-made concepts to talk about it, to talk about this time, ready-made emotions given us by our society, and to feel about it, and many ready-made words to name it, as all these concepts. Regarding psychotherapy, this time would be the time when a client decides to start psychotherapy. His, her, or their age, the age of the therapist, the length of time of the therapeutic hour, the total duration of the therapeutic process, etc. I call it, or I understand it, as the time of experiences when they are symbolized, already formulated, articulated, and then they have a conventional grammatical and syntactic form which follows the linear time structure. I mean by that, I experienced that I am here now and blah, blah, blah. That is an experience with a grammatical and syntactic form, and it's in time, because grammar and syntax, they use time, or they are succeed or articulated in time sequences. And since, as I write here, experiences are the explicit side of experiencing, this time is, for me, I call it explicit time. This time characterizes psychotherapy as long as psychotherapy functions on the level of the simple narration of life facts, of ready-made concepts, and of concrete experiences. But regardless of whether we call it explicit, objective, homogenic, uniform, physical, real, or whatever else, this kind of time cannot exhaust the vast mystery of time, assuming, of course, that time does exist. And although it is necessary and useful, explicit time does not reveal anything at all about how time functions in or within psychotherapy. And for this, I have the concept of implicit. In the previous roundtable, I mentioned this term experiencing again. It's an attempt to say in English, or to translate in English again, Dilthey's term Erlebnis, and to differentiate from the word experience. What is experiencing? Now it's very difficult to say it, but I will try. It is the not yet symbolized, preconceptual, pre-linguistic, undifferentiated sense, it's just a sense, of our living organisms. It refers to the knowledge we have as we live. Just by living, we have a knowledge, that means a sense of our living. And as such, it interacts with other and by living and by our interaction with other living organisms and with our environment. This kind of knowledge is bodily. It's bodily and is bodily accessible. We can have access to it only by our bodies. And experiencing in an unfolding process can become explicit, a concrete experience, a symbolized experience. And as long as experiencing functions implicitly, so does the time in it. The time of experiencing is an implicit time. What does this mean? It's contrary, implicit time is contrary to the explicit one, uncommon, unique, exceptional, and it goes beyond the personal or subjective sense of time. It does not follow the usual time. It's not cyclical, periodical, but almost surreal. And I will tell you what I mean by that. It's very unique. In a way, it is timeless, or, if I say it with other words, past, present, and future coexist simultaneously in this experiencing of mind implicitly. It's like, or kind of like, the Bergsonian duration. In this frame, or in this context, I would say that it is the time of the subjective body, or the body as life. Implicit time does not pre-exist like the explicit one. It emerges. It emerges when psychotherapy allows the client to have access to their experiencing by inviting them to pause and turn their attention to their body and wait patiently for something to emerge or to occur. The bodily felt sense functions in this as a door to my experiencing. Experiencing is holistic. As I said before, it doesn't exist in separate units. It's, as Gentlin writes, an unseparated multiplicity. All things are intertwined, entangled, and undifferentiated there. So, space and time again. In implicit time, in the implicit time of my experiencing, there is no grammar, syntax, or logic, or usual space at time. Space becomes spaceless, and time becomes timeless. The here and now is also a past there and then, but also a future there and then. As I wrote somewhere in an article, implicit time in psychotherapy is never stable. It never repeats itself exactly the same way. In every meeting, in every session, time has its own experiential duration, which either expands or shrinks. And I use for this implicit time another term that I like very much, heterochrony. I borrow this from Michel Foucault in his text about heterotopias, which is another species, and it means another time. Hetero is other, and time is from. Heterochrony as such signifies, as Foucault writes, among other things, a break, a rupture with traditional time, exactly as in the implicit one. And implicit time as heterochrony arises gradually. Time, chronos, becomes keros, experienced or experiential time, and as such, it transcends the usual time categories and limitations. Yes? Okay. And includes everything. Memories, events, traces from the past, present references, and future hopes, dreams, and wishes. Now, what is it? Okay, I can talk about implicit time a lot, okay, but why is it important, or why is it important for me, and why I think implicit time is important, again? Because, as I write here, during the heterochrony of the implicit time, clients can meet their past, present, and future as one entity and not as distinct independent units. By pausing and remaining for a while in the present moment, they can live fully present situations, relive past events, or pre-live future possibilities. And by living present situations for the first time fully or almost fully, and by pre-living future possibilities, accurate symbolizations are possible. And by reliving past events, new symbolizations, new feelings, thoughts, meanings, and actions are possible. And this is how I understand change or therapeutic change. A carrying forward process which generates new symbolizations, new meanings, and new actions, which in turn unblock stopped processes or structure-bound experiences, such as rigid and repetitive emotions, thoughts, actions, behavior, and symptoms. And although, as Thanasis wrote in his abstract for this roundtable, distortions of lived time are always involved in the core of the psychic suffering and give rise to different symptomatic manifestations, it is the power intrinsic in time, in both its forms, explicit and implicit, that facilitates change. Explicit time, with its length, duration, and limits, function as an anchor in reality. It may sometimes cause us sadness, desperation, fear, but it gives us also orientation, safety, and hope. Implicit time, with its intricate complexity, openness, and formlessness, allows us to experience present events and create meaning, or re-experiencing past events and create new meanings. It functions creatively and is therefore liberating. These two times are different, but they are both necessary. At the beginning, I thought implicit time is more important, but at the end of writing my presentation, I thought, no, they are both necessary, complementary, and they depend on each other. There is probably an interplay or a dialectical relationship between them in the sense that they are constantly alternating during psychotherapy. And it is the creative combination of both, the continuous alteration between implicit time and explicit one, the continuous move backwards in implicit time and forwards in the explicit one, and vice versa, that makes psychotherapy effective and carries life forward. And the last thing, by the way I write, a suitable symbol for this move between implicit and explicit in time is the Greek letter theta, repeated endlessly in a continuous chain. The chain creates a kind of a spiral that before is thrust forward into the future, it goes back into the past. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Pavlos Zarogiannis. Thank you very much. It is always a mystery for me, a very deep mystery. How can the human being exist in the explicit time and the implicit time. This is not easy to understand this, but perhaps we can feel this. And of course, it's a very huge question. We are time, as we said before. We are time, but we always are human beings who have time. I am time and I have time. This is not something easy to understand. But here is Alice Holzhey-Kunz. He always says that I am and I have to be. This is a big issue. I exist, but I have to exist. Here you are, dear Alice.
Thank you very much. In our last round table, Pavlos Sardianis followed me, and now I follow you, and I could say the same as you told me in the morning. It was so interesting what you said, and I would like to hear more about this. But here we are. I have to speak about my own issue. It's again something quite different from what you have told us. And I have no PowerPoint. The title is Our Everyday Dealing with Time as a Hidden Struggle with Our Own Temporality. That is, of course, a thesis, and this thesis can be discussed. I try to explain why I come to this idea. This title is based on two existential philosophical assumptions. The first assumption is that we human beings have a double relationship to time. Not to two times, forms of time, but a double relationship to time. One relationship I'll call here the ontic or existential, the other the ontological or existential, following Martin Heidegger's terminology. Now, in English, there is only one word, you know, existential, A-L written, yes? But when you read Heidegger in English, what is maybe even much more difficult than in German, you will see that they have also only this word existential for both, for the ontic existential, which should be written I-E-L-L, and the other the ontological is only the, in a way, philosophical existential I-A-L. So that is a great handicap of English language, that it has not this differentiation, and that makes it very often very difficult to realize on which level or in which dimension someone speaks. Does he or she speaks in the ontic, concrete level or in the psychological level, or does he or she speak on the ontological or philosophical level? You cannot differentiate this in English. Okay. I follow Martin Heidegger's terminology with this differentiation between ontic or existential relationship to time and ontological or existential relationship to time. Our ontic or existential relationship to time consists in our constantly referring to concrete time arrangements in our everyday life. It is like the clock time also. A cuckoo's time. But for me, I have no critical intention when I speak of this time which passes by and follows one moment to the other, because yes, it is just what I experience. I didn't know that you wrote that the body follows the cyclic time. Yes, but now I'm an old woman. I can tell you that my body does not just follow the cyclic time, and it has a spring and a summer and a autumn and a winter, and then spring comes again. No, spring will never come again, just never. No. Well, it's clear. It is the normal time, existential relationship to time. We can make appointments, or we structure our day and say, I need now 2 hours for that, and afterwards I will have a sleep, and then afterwards I will do and that, and at this time I will meet my friend, and so, yes, Our ontological or existential relationship to time consists in our being this close to the ontological truth that every life in this world has a beginning and an end, and that this is also true for the life of us human beings. This means that human beings are aware of the uncanny truth that we are subjected to the law of time and therefore temporal. If there would be only the cyclical time, we would never die. This means that we human beings are aware of The other assumption is that this double relationship is not separated from each other, but closely intertwined. So, we do not have just our ontic busy schedule and have to look what we do the whole time, and afterwards in the evening, when there is space for it and time for it, I begin to philosophize about time. That's not this way. It is closely related to each other, and we cannot really separate it from each other. Only based on these two assumptions, you may understand what is meant with my thesis in the title of my talk here. That our everyday, concrete, ontic dealings with time is a hidden struggle with our own ontological temporality. But this is, of course, just a proposal which needs to be discussed. There is another, namely methodological assumption in this title, which for all philosophers adhering to phenomenology and the phenomenological anthropology may not sound kosher. It is the assumption that this struggle is hidden and needs to be detected and uncovered. This was also already our issue this morning when we spoke about phenomenology. This needs some explanation too. My own Daseinsanalytic thinking is not founded in the late Heidegger, but in an existential anthropology we mainly owe to the father of existential philosophy, who lived in the middle of the 19th century, Søren Kierkegaard, and to his two famous followers in the 20th century, only the early, Martin Heidegger of Being and Time, and Jean-Paul Sartre of Being and Nothingness, and others of his writings. Therefore, my own phenomenological approach cannot follow Husserl's method as soon as it goes about the human being. Here I follow Heidegger in Being and Time, who explains, as I explained already this morning in paragraph 7, why phenomenology has to become necessarily a phenomenological hermeneutic of the hidden as soon as it is applied to Dasein, respectively to Exiso, a hidden struggle with our being temporal, would not be possible when following Husserl, nor would it be possible when following the late Heidegger in the Zollikon seminars he conducted with Medard Boss during 1995 and 1969. 59 and 1969. Why this isn't the case I have often explained, and again here in the Symposium about Phenomenology, chaired by Evgenia Georgianda. So my title is definitely phenomenological too, but in the sense of Heidegger in Being and Time. It proposes an interpretation of the mostly hidden ontological or existential meaning, or the mostly only implicit ontological or existential meaning of our everyday dealings with time. I guess it is helpful to bring at first two examples which illustrate the pure facticity of the relation of our daily handling of ontic concrete time issues to the ontological truth of being temporal. And only afterwards we may better understand how our daily handling of ontic concrete time issues is related to the ontological truth of being temporal. First example, all of you who take now part in our round table about time are here because you have decided to be here and not in another room, listening to another presentation, or taking a walk or something like else. This proves how tyrannically time rules over us. Roberto Spinelli has already explained this morning. As bodily beings, we are not able to be at the same time in two different places. Only God in heaven has, according to the Bible, the power to be at the same time everywhere, therefore knowing everything what happens in the whole world. That is why we speak of here and now. No human being is capable to be now here and there, but only here or there. Second example, I or you look at our wristwatch or at the clock on the wall. I have often already taken this example. We do that quite often for knowing what time it is now, out of several reasons. May it be because we hope that we have still much time left for speaking, or be it because we feel bored and listless by what we are listening to the talk now, for instance, and therefore would wish that the time provided for it comes finally to an end. But the clock tells us not only what time it is now, but also that time moves on always at the same space, and we can neither speed it up nor slow it down. And this contains the other ontological truth that, as subjected under the law of time, it is our own time too that passes by. Therefore, the clock has always been a symbol for death, which can come anytime. Indeed, When looking at the watch, we are exposed to the unfathomable truth, too, that from now on, death can come any second. Lucky everyone who is able to overlook the abysmal ontological information each look at the clock presents us. For many years, I was thinking about what happens when the ontological information unexpectedly comes to the foreground and becomes explicit. I got more and more the impression that most of us are most of the time overburdened when this happens. We are overwhelmed and cannot follow what happened before, just make the same work or so, like nothing would have happened. We are in a way thrown out of the normal everyday life. But today I'm interested in the opposite question. How do we deal with the implicit ontological information which stays in the background, so that we are not even aware that we care about more than just the ontic time issues which are here and now at stake? First example, a friend arrives always on time at our appointment, but instead of taking the elevator for the 6th floor where I live, he runs up the staircases. His behavior differs from what other people visiting me do, namely taking the lift. But when I asked him why he comes up this way, he says he prefers to move himself than just being transported up by the lift. This explanation does not go beyond the ontic level, and it is difficult to see which ontological battle against the law of time could be the secret aim of this behavior. Thinking about it, I found 2 possible ontological interpretations, but I do not know if they are true. They are just guessings for me. One is concerned with battling against the truth that he is by far not a young man anymore. Could it be that he suffers from this truth and wants to prove me and even more himself that he may be old according to his birth certificate, but not at all according to his fitness? Is his fitness not the sure proof that he is in truth not old, but still young? So his running up the staircase would be the ontic technique to achieve an impossible goal, namely to suspend, just for himself, the law of time. What? Yes, and it's over? No. Huh? Okay. I had then another possible interpretation. I leave it away. The other example is the common phenomenon of a constantly overcrowded agenda, by no means only in relation to work, but just as much or even more in relation to leisure time. And the same is true for retired people. They are constantly on the move. It looks like a secret flight from the law of time, as if doing nothing would be dangerous, would invite death to come, but being active from morning to evening all the weeks and months would keep death away. And when we look at it's the same when we look in the bus or on the streets. No one just walks from one place to another, just walking. All of them have the handy in the hand and do something with the handy. They make a call or something like that. They always combine 2 things. So time is such a, no one knows how much time he still has. So it's the most precious thing we have, time. So they need every time to make as useful as possible. The example makes clear that the hidden ontological aim of the daily handling of ontic time issues is always an illusionary one. We finite human beings are not able to change our human condition by own concrete doings. We are only able to know about the human condition in its pure facticity, and also to know that as a human being, we are submitted to these conditions, if we like it or not. But there is another important ability of the human being, to interpret the meaning of the human condition. This is the work of every culture from the beginning of human life until today. It tells the fundamental stories about by whom the earth and then the life on it was created. It tells the stories of supernatural powers, stories which make life meaningful. And well, Christian, for instance, also tells a story of that life has wanted. Every human being which comes to earth is wanted from the God, so he can live on earth. This makes the time and the life, the lifetime bearable. The problem of our modern Western culture is the erosion of these religious beliefs. Yes. We can, of course, understand that this development as a process of becoming mature, of becoming really grown up. But this implies the courage to confront us with the truth of our finitude we cannot overcome. Already Kierkegaard insisted of the deep-rooted tendency to flee from the ontological truth into untruth, to flee into beliefs which are soothing and comforting. This flight is a flight into ontological self-deception. I'm sure that we have to distinguish between a normal self-deception we need, because it helps most of us, most of the time, to live a normal life, because it is founded in a trust in meaning. We share with each other, belonging to the same culture. Can I add a last question? Could it be that the postmodern slogan, which is also the slogan of our Congress, of living in the here and now, has been chosen because it contains the new answer that living in the here and now it makes life bearable and even giving a feeling of ease in a time when religious beliefs are vanishing.
Thank you very much, Dr. Holzhey, for this inspired and thoughtful presentation. We have just 7-8 minutes for discussion. If someone wants to ask something, please, let's do it.
May I make a remark to Pavlos?
Yes, yes.
Okay, Pavlos, thank you very much for your nice presentations. It's okay. I have just a remark. You said that the linear objective time is not is managed by ready-made concepts, something like that. You said. I think that even the linear objective time is not exhausted by some ready-made concepts. Dr. Georgas used the word mystery. The word mystery applies even to the linear time. not only to the implicit time, I think. The mystery of the objective grammatical time, I think that it is revealed by the metaphors we use. There are metaphors we apply to understand even the linear time, the objective time. And those metaphors are based on imaginations. And many times those metaphors are contradictory. It's the other. For example, we say, that time is money. We refer to the linear time, to the objective time. We refer to the time as running, for example. Time is running. Okay. We refer that time is leaving us or reaches us. The year 2030 comes to me. Not leaves from me. Okay, we think of time as ally or as enemy. All those things, I think, serve us to understand, to have new meanings and new symbols and new therapeutic possibilities. It is not only an issue of implicit time, also of the linear time, I think. Thank you very much.
Yes, okay. I don't disagree with you, of course. I think the same, almost the same thing, and that's why I wrote that explicit time, and by that I mean the way we talk about time does not exhaust the vast mystery of time. Yes. Because we have these concepts in order to understand time and to communicate with each other. But that's not all, of course. I totally agree with you. Now, what about the implicit time? That would be something to discuss more. Okay. Thank you.
A question for Pavlos as well. I very much impressed from the notion of heterochrony. I would like to give us an example to say something as is well known in Greece. These strange people who live in the Kozani town used to have a carnival, a funny carnival. Okay. Why not? And could we say that carnival is a kind of heterochrony, the time of that? Yes.
This is an example of the social, of a social heterochrony, social accepted one, of course. Carnival, yes.
Any other question? I just remembered that in this strange town, where they measure the time with kukos, as Dr. Vasilakos and Maria Hasapi said before, kukos. Dr. Vasilakos, would you say something more about the carnival?
I don't follow the carnival of Kozani. I hate it. In fact, I hate it, so I have nothing to say.
They just like to go out of the usual time, at the usual space, at the usual ethics. Just all.
She wants to.
Yes.
Dear Alice, if I may, thank you for a brilliant, for me, sounded philosophical report, but I'm also a philosopher, so I'm very pleased to hear. And my question is, what are your relationships with death? With death. With death. With, not to. With death.
With death. With death.
With death.
My relation to death.
Relationships with death, not to. If there are any.
I think I have a relation to death, but not a relation with death.
But how do you think, is it possible to have relationships with death?
Maybe when you are very much when you are very tired of living, when you are really desire that death comes, maybe this is a relation with death. I don't know.
Like, I'm not sure. Ingmar Bergman, you remember maybe a movie of Ingmar Bergman, Seventh Stamp, yes? Stamps, Seventh Stamps, where a knight, medieval knight, has relationships with death, playing chess with her and having some sort of communication. So I was wondering, you are like very Heideggerian also, yes? And I'm sure that there could be something like relationships with death.
Yes, but this death is then personalized as someone, and one can speak.
Yes. Have you encountered maybe in clients, maybe any clients you have? You encountered? No. Any clients who have
I understand.
Such relationships with death? No.
Perhaps we have to finish our roundtable here, but this is a very important question. I think this is a questionable aspect of Martin Heidegger in Being a Time,
yes,
where he says that the authenticity comes through our acceptance of our death. But if we want to be real phenomenologists, we should say that we have not the experience of the death, of our own death. So he poses an a priori here, which is not a phenomenological experience. For being authentic, I have to come through death, but I have not the experience of death. So there's a question here.
But you can experience death in anxiety, or can't you?
Yes, but he speaks also for the biological death, not only for the existential death. That's the problem.
Also, we encounter death when someone we loved passes away. So it's a question for me whether it's death like a mutual, like the same death, like which is possible to approach to share it and to have any kind of dialogue. Yes, after some maybe how to say indirect encounter happened through the loss of our loved ones. Yes.
But we have to stop here. Perhaps we have to discuss it more after.
Maybe it's great that now it would be silence. Yes.
Thank you very much for being here. Thank you very much.
Back in the big room. As you're probably realizing, more than half of the conference is already passed, and we just have tonight and tomorrow's presentations, and then the whole Congress will be passed. But let's try to be in the here and now, and have two announcements to make. One is that if you have received a note that tomorrow, after the closing ceremony, we will have two musicians playing music for us for about 45 minutes. So you are all welcome to stay so that we will have a musical ending to our Congress. And another announcement that somebody had left a Samsung notebook that they are looking for, that they had left it in this room. So if anybody has found yesterday. Okay. Oh, it is in the reception. Okay. All right. So whoever have lost it. And at the end, if we have time, we will also make another announcement. But now let's get to our keynote speaker, Eric Craig, who has been studying, practicing, and teaching humanistic and existential psychotherapy for 55 years. He's currently in private practice in Santa Fe, New Mexico, while he also travels and lectures around the world. In 2015, he was given APA's Society for Humanistic Psychology's Rollo May Heritage Award for outstanding and independent contributions to the field and in 2021 was acknowledged for his steady stream of invaluable research in the Journal of Phenomenological Psychology as one of 11 independent psychologists contributing to the emergence of phenomenological psychology in America. He collaborated and was influenced by 4 extraordinary individual scholars. The humanistic psychologist Clark Moustakas, who also brought him in touch with Greece, and his relationship to Greece goes many years back, but I will say a little bit more about that at the end. And also the existential psychoanalyst Paul Stern, the design analyst Medard Boss, and the Korean Tao psychotherapist Ri Dong-jik. In addition to his practice of psychotherapy, Eric also enjoyed 30 years of full-time graduate teaching in university and professional schools of psychology. His primary scholarly interest has been to develop phenomenological hermeneutic grounds for understanding critical issues in psychological theory, research, and practice, with the hope of achieving a comprehensive existential approach to depth psychology and psychotherapy. Some of that he also shared with us in his project yesterday. But far more than his intellectual achievements, what impressed me the most when I first met him in China in 2012 is his presence. The open, attentive, warm, kind, and caring being that he is, despite or maybe because of the hardships he has endured. Eric Craig was, as I said in my opening ceremony presentation, was there in 2012 to really support us and support the Greek group in our first international conference and in our presentation of Istros of Life. And since then, he has been very close to Gignas and to Greece again, that I know how much he loves. He's going to be talking about opening to time, the pulse, passion, poetry, and presence of everyday existence. Thank you for coming. We're ready to enjoy.
Right there? Is that it? Ah, hello. You always touch me, Evgenia. And I'm supposing you will continue to do so. Kalispera. This has been quite an experience for me, being with so many people after nearly 3 years of largely solitary COVID confinement, except, of course, my mostly Zoom sessions with the dear people in my private practice. So I'm really grateful to you for coming this afternoon and for this chance to be with one another in these brief moments. I'm also grateful to our organizers who've had the raw nerve to invite us to dwell on this most essential feature of our human existence, the enigmatic mystery and experience of being in time. Without time, we would not be. And yet, strange creatures that we are, we take this entirely for granted, unless, of course, we're running out of it, either because of our schedules or appointments or papers, or because of our death. Doing something different here today. I generally don't write a paper, but I'm at the point in my life where I can't remember what I wanted to say, and certainly not how I wanted to say it. So I will try to stay as present to you and as engaged with you as possible throughout. I'm quite different from Emmy, who just, and obviously does a lot to prepare, but she just gets up there and lets it rip. And my feeling is, oh, those were the days. Those were the days. So let's have at it. Gesang ist Dasein. Song is being. Poetry, to be. As Rilke put it, not achievement, not love, not passion. The real song, the real poetry is being as such. A breath round nothing, a gust in the God, a wind. And my ode to being, O spirit of beginning, of Alpha and Eros, of creation and health and love and life. Thank you for this gift of being. O spirit of ending, of Omega and Thanatos, of destruction, disease, hatred, and death. Thank you for making this gift so precious. Scientists and philosophers have grappled with the puzzle of time for at least 2,600 years, and we're still asking if time even exists, and if so, what it is. Yet how can we mortals possibly grasp what it is, silent and invisible as it is? Even at this point, after who knows how many millennia of prehistorical wonderment, we are still left with nothing but competing views, often irreconcilable with one another. Fortunately, our theme gives us a bit of direction, living in the here and now, embracing our past, and creating our future, therewith introducing a definite perspective, the perspective of our lived experience, which demands paying reverent attention, open attention to our experience of time as such. The difference between the two approaches, the scientific, philosophic, and on the one hand, and the ordinary everyday experience on the other, reminds me of Whitman's poem. We're going to try this, huh? No. Well, we'll see. I didn't want to just be a talking head, but I don't know if this is going to be well, maybe I can. Hello. That's great. I may have to lean over a little bit now. That's probably the first time in my life. Even at this point, after who knows, well, I already read that to you. You don't need to hear that. So this is the poem that this reminds me of, this difference between the scientific, philosophic, and the everyday. When I heard the learned astronomer, when the proofs, the figures were ranged in columns before me, when I was shown the charts and diagrams to add, divide, and measure them, when sitting, I heard the astronomer where he lectured with much applause in the lecture room. How soon unaccountable I became tired and sick, till rising, gliding, I wandered out by myself in the mystical, moist night air, and from time to time looked up in perfect silence at the stars. This perspective of living experience, of our very own unique everyday experience, is our primary way of knowing the world. Our very ordinary quotidian way of going about our lives and becoming ourselves. This is distinguished, though hardly separate from, our ontological way of being, which refers to what it is to be a human being and not any other kind of being, like a hippopotamus or a bird or a tree or a flower or a rock. Our organizers have specifically directed us to this ontic everydayness of our lives, the path of our ownmost self, through which we unfold our own, once only in the entire universe, temporal story, our biography. So what is our everyday experience of time? What is it like to live in the here and now, which naturally means with our having been and our yet to be, and even to once again not be at all? Some years ago, these words came to me. Ever from the future, the wind of invincible time blows against my face. Implacably indifferent time. I feel it not like I once did, as a gentle, charitable breeze, caressing, even quiescent, but rather now stiff, stubborn, and unforgiving. A chilling soothsayer who whispers with eerily incremental insistence, one unknown day, sooner by the day, I will pass you by, stripping me of a future. Time will leave me at last without it, without anything at all. Time, the only thing that's truly mine and ours. Everything else is rent, everything. Time, I can live it, I can give it, but I cannot hold it even for a second as it slips swiftly, invisibly through my fingers. Away, away into the past. I'm told an old Irish seaman, when asked the meaning of life, replied, between the great infinities. Just so, such as I am, such as we are. Oh, Almighty Silent One, how is it possible for us to comprehend you? We, having been thrown into such a particular time, and with this such a particular space and culture and even body, none of our own choosing. And especially I, with such meager, fragile beginnings, born into poverty, disease, disadvantage, abandonment, anxiety, helplessness, and unknowing need. And oh yes, without a man to call father. And now at the other extreme of my life, staring that uncertain certainty, death in the face, closer and closer each day, not yet close enough to feel its breath on my cheek, its wind in my bones, but almost. What can I possibly say about time, this mystery of mysteries? If any of you happen to share these same doubts and insecurities, thinking about what is time, remember, you're not alone. St. Augustine wrote, what then is time? If no one asks me, I know. But if I want to explain to someone who asks, I find I do not. Yet here we are together, daring to take up this matter of time, not so much to explain it as Augustine wrote, but to encounter it, to actually live time with one another as we are right now and have been for days, hoping to understand its significance for our lives. And again, we're not alone, for on this very soil, Greek philosophers ventured to do the same. Parmenides considered the cosmos a static, unchanging, eternal reality, and time merely a human illusion. While his contemporary Heraclitus considered time imminently real, but forever in a state of flux, as he famously wrote, and was the inspiration for this conference, just as the river where I step is not the same and is, so am I as I am not. By the way, I think of Heraclitus as the Buddha of the West, with his emphasis on impermanence, unity, and logos. And also, you may not know this, but in China, the Greek word logos is translated Tao. So the first verse of the Gospel of John reads, "In the beginning was the Tao, and the Tao was with God, and the Tao was God." The Tao is the way of being. Of course, both Socrates and Plato also considered time, but it was Aristoteles whose conception of time had the greatest influence on our conventional understanding of it to this day. He categorized and divided time into three separate entities, past, present, and future, considering only one of the three, the present, to be real, since the past is no longer and the future has yet to be. According to Aristoteles, the present as such was an everlasting, perpetual event, appearing from the future and vanishing into the past in a single, eternally rolling instant. Only the present was real, eternal, albeit constantly changing, instantly coming into being and disappearing in one and the same moment. For Aristoteles, the challenge of time was measuring and marking chronological time, which has been both a blessing and a curse to us ever since. Although the measuring and stamping of time actually began with sundials and water clocks a dozen centuries before Aristotle, the steady march of technology replaced these ancient devices with the hourglass in the 8th century, and then the first modern clock invented by Peter Heinlein in 1511 CE. The march then continued to pocket and wristwatches, and finally today to our smartphones, which not only mark and measure time in the hundreds of seconds, but give us one another's images and voices, as well as a constant unfolding of events. It's as if we're walking around, bustling and hustling around every day with London's Big Ben, an IMAX projector, a copy of the New York and London Times, in our pockets, stuffed down in there all at once. And that's not even mentioning Tanea, the news here in Greece. With all this technology constantly dragging us out of our very being, how can we possibly grasp what this means for our daily living in the here and now, as our theme invites, and the true meaning of our own being in time? The measurement of time, this ancient intrusion on our technological life, has altered our experience as human beings. Even the Roman poet living in the 2nd and 3rd century BCE was already complaining about the dictatorship of measured time that he and his fellow citizens found in the sundials placed all over his cities. "The gods confound the man," he wrote, "who first found how to distinguish hours. Confound him too, who in this place set up a sundial to cut and hack my days so wretchedly into small portions. When I was a boy, my belly was my sundial. One more sure and truer and exact than any of them. This dial told me when 'twas proper for me to eat, for when it was proper for me to go to dinner. The town so full of these confounded sundials, the greatest part of its inhabitants, shrunk up with hunger, creep along the streets." But is this living primarily according to such measured chronological time our only option? In a thought-provoking work on the existential and ontological dimensions of time, the Canadian psychologist Steve Hine unfolds how both the 20th century Western philosopher Martin Heidegger and the 13th century Eastern sage Dogen thought not. Though living 7 centuries apart from one another, both thought our preoccupation with conventional measured time, mandated as it is by technology and culture, removes us from the genuine experience of what Heidegger called primordial time, and what Dogen called the truth of being time. They had concurred that conventional time was both real and useful, but argued that such calculated time was a derivative of primordial time, springing from it and yet at the same time concealing it. I've got a little note to myself here, which I'll share with you. I never expected to do this, but I said, my full name is Peter Eric Craig. I say, PEC, stop trying to be Heidegger or Boss or Alice or Emmy. But what can this different sort of time be? Maybe our own experience of being in time can give us some hints as to what this primordial or truth-being time might be, with respect to the nature of what I simply call existential time. Beginning with our theme, living in the here and now, what is it like to live in the here and now? To remain utterly and completely present here and now? As any mindfulness practitioner will tell you, it's impossible. What the Buddhists call our monkey mind is constantly scampering off to the future, the past, or the elsewhere with all manner of thoughts and feelings, complaints and comparisons, worries and wishes. Even the most mature, experienced practitioners, making the sincerest efforts to remain calm and quietly anchored solidly in the present moment, inevitably find the past, the future, or the elsewhere relentlessly obtruding on the supposedly simple and peaceful here and now. It turns out the so-called monkey mind, the so-called mind, it seems, is always playing tricks on us. Damn, the Buddhists are right. I've got a monkey in my head. Mindfulness theory tells us that this is inevitable, and that the idea is to stop oneself from wandering, is not to stop oneself from wandering, but simply to note it, to accept it, and remember to bring oneself back to the moment. But we existentialists might wonder, what makes this circumstance so? Where was that? Oh, there it is. The first time I haven't seen it on the printed paper. It's been my computer for months now, by the way. I just finished it this afternoon. So thinking first only of our experience, does it tell us, is it our monkey minds, or is it telling us something more fundamental about time and the present? Thinking first only of our experience of the present, it turns out that even the present is not just a single moment in time. The American pragmatist William James called this spacious present in his 1890 classic Principles of Psychology. He called it a spacious present, with a bow and a stern, as it were, a rearward and forward-looking end. Husserl, who was our first systematic phenomenologist, eschewed calculative thinking and focused entirely on the experience of internal time consciousness. Yet, like James, he found our experience of the present moment does indeed have a kind of breadth, which he called extensity or spread. Husserl described it this way: every present moment of experience has necessarily a before as a limit and an after as a limit. And the so-called past of the present moment he called retention, and the future of the present, protension. But now, let's return to the experience of our solitary meditator, who's making every effort to be in the here and now. What comes to her is not some analysis of the nature of the present moment, but suddenly she finds her present being occupied by a concern with something that happened earlier in the day or another day or a year ago or 4 or 40 years ago. Not just the past of the and then she brings herself back to her present moment. And it's not then she finds herself, her moment occupied again, not just by the maybe a similar moment of the of her life, but also perhaps with a concern for something that is about to happen, that hasn't yet happened. She finds her present again being hijacked by those same past moments, or just as easily now a future one, with the intentions or concerns or plans for the next hour or week or day or year or even 10 years. As a sincere meditator, she immediately considered this to be a distraction. An example of the so-called monkey mind messing with her, and she simply returns to the present over and over again. However, this phenomenology of the experience of mindfulness practice also turns out to be a remarkably accurate description of everyday existence in general, where throughout the day we find ourselves engaged here and now in our everyday projects and activities, and suddenly find our present awareness abruptly kidnapped by our past, our future, or our elsewhere. And I'm quite certain this is happening with many of you right now. So what's going on here? Are such moments really a distraction from the here and now? Why not rather an attraction, a call in our here and now from our very own existence, an appeal from our past or future or elsewhere, perhaps, for an example, to attend to something that's unfinished, incomplete, or resolved, or equally likely to something anticipated, promising, dreaded, or desired. Whether intended or not, it is, as I see it, most essentially an appeal for our attention, our understanding, and our love. Might I even suggest that you are actually still being present, but being present in the present, into and for the way you are, you have been, or the way you might yet want to be or have to be, with that still unknown standing there in front of you. Again, this is this really a distraction, or are you being attracted, called in the present by your existence as a whole? Just for example, as when we were together yesterday, Jaak suddenly, when he and I were talking, suddenly, here and now, being called by that precious moment from 2 days ago, where he found himself running unclocked in the streets of Greece, free, open, loving, with no purpose other than to just be where, how, and who he was. How he found and felt himself to be in that moment. So what have we learned here? Not only that our present moment contains, as Husserl put it, the past of the present moment, or retention, or the future of the present moment, or protension, but now also that there's no such thing as an isolated present at all. Rather, that our past and our future are as alive in the present as the present itself. In other words, every now is at once constituted not only by this moment of our being right here, but also by our having been and our yet to be. As Faulkner put it, the past is never dead. In fact, it's not even past. From Freud, we learned that the past exists in the person right now, said Abe Maslow, the founder of humanistic psychology. The past remains alive and present not only in memory, but in our bodies, in our relationships, in our moods, and in our feelings, our actions and reactions, our cares and concerns. Indeed, with our existence as a whole. Likewise, Heidegger, who considered the future to be the primary meaning of existentiality, showed us that we are in every moment, always, also having been as well as yet to be. And he said, as his term was, we are always ahead of ourselves in this present moment. Whether you're thinking about who you're going to have dinner with tonight, or whether you're thinking about how am I going to catch that flight, or whatever it is, these are present moments. The future comes alive in our moment because it is alive, it's there. So primordially speaking, our future too is already alive in our present. Our future, including the utmost moment of our very last breath, has always been and is now being born in our thoughts and feelings, our decisions and our actions, in our strivings and our plans, in our orientation and in our concern, our expectation, our imagination, and especially in our hope and in our love. Now, Heidegger put it this way. Understood existentially, birth is not and never is something past in the sense of something no longer present at hand, and death is just as far from having the being of something that is still outstanding, yet not present at hand, but coming along. Factical Dasein exists as both, exists as born, and as born, and as born, it is already dying in the sense of being towards its own death. Now, it so happens that a few years ago, I found myself destined through my unexpected relationship with Medard Boss, and before that, with his lifelong friend, Paul Stern, my first analyst, and then very dear friend, who died of cancer in 1982 at the age of 62. I found myself unexpectedly destined to studying Heidegger's work, and to the point that 3 of the books are falling into pieces now. However, in spite of, or perhaps because of this, I now know one very good way to make a fool of yourself, or very good way to make a fool of myself. Probably you're not even bothered by this possibility. I know one very good way to make a fool of myself. That is to imagine, or worse, to pretend that I'm a Heideggerian and know what the hell he was talking about. I don't know if you know the apocryphal story about Heidegger, but as it turned out, a hippopotamus and Heidegger both showed up at St. Peter's Gate at the same time, late one evening. An exhausted St. Peter looked quite apologetically at them and said, "It has just been such a long and busy day, and unfortunately, we've only got room for one of you. So since you've just finished your time on Earth, I'd like to ask each of you to say what this has meant to you, and the one with the best reply will get in." Heidegger begins. Time is not an entity at all. It is not, but it temporalizes itself. Time must be brought to light and genuinely conceived and explicated primordially as the horizon for the understanding of being in terms of temporality as the being of Dasein, which understands being. St. Peter gently raised his hand. He took a deep breath, looked over at the hippopotamus, and he said, "Hippo, it's your lucky day." Still, briefly giving Heidegger his due, our having been, our present, and our yet to be are an indivisible unity which Heidegger referred to as the ecstasies of temporality. We exist as an ecstatic temporal unity. Over and over again, we find our present spontaneously extending itself out toward the past and and future, or to put it another way, finding both the past and future opening up within our present, and not in any linear way, but in a perpetually unfolding circle of experience. Far more chirological than chronological. Time, chirological time, is a temporality of opportunity, meaning, and possibility. If there's anything that's chirological time, it's psychotherapy, that hour. An hour of opportunity, meaning, possibility. If our intention is to be present, then it is to take advantage of the opportunity to open possibilities for being through the creation and discovery of yet unseen, unrealized meaning. In other words, chirological time is timely. As Heidegger puts it, we're always temporally stretched out between the extremes of our own lives, our having been born and our yet to be realized death. We live our lives, as Heidegger put it, in time, which we ourselves are. I don't know, and I've looked through all 5 of Heidegger's books on time, by the way, to find the line, Dasein ist Zeit. The human being is time. But this is what he meant. In time that we ourselves are. And this is our time and belongs to us. And it is our choice what to do with it and how to live it. A few words here on therapeutic presence. I'm leaving the world of academe and just speaking about the moment of psychotherapy, the hour that we have, which is a kind of spacious presence. I don't, William James measured it to 5 to 12 seconds. Well, our present is a little more. This is a present hour here, and then we have a present day, and sometimes we have a present year. But the present, and those are very sort of everyday, commonplace uses of the word present. But really, we're speaking about being present for some kind of spacious presence. And a few words on that. This is what I think about the presence. Single-minded openness to the other, offering the maximal possible extent of safety and freedom for the other to unfold. The two most things of my first article was called Psychotherapy or Sanctuary and Presence, that those are the two critical things that a therapist brings to the therapeutic hour. Hopefully always those two things, sanctuary and presence. So it's the safety and freedom for the other to unfold, to disclose themselves to you, and as Jacques put it, to themselves as well. This radical openness includes, for me, a kind of, that sounds like a violent image. I couldn't think of another way of saying it, but a kind of tearing open of my heart, my whole being, to and for the other. I'm not doing it for myself, I'm doing it for the other and for us, with the focus always being that person's benefit and growth. To be vulnerable to the other so as to know the other in the deepest possible way. Nevertheless, it means creating an immediate, non-reactive spaciousness within and between us. I so appreciate Gabriel Marcel's term, extravagant availability. And I would add gentle, as Paul Stern, my first analyst and then dear friend, wrote, to be the midwife of the patient's denied reality, the conjurer, the spokesman, and gentle exorcist of his ghosts. This is the definition of the therapist's task. The gentle therapist must be lucid and plain-spoken. He need not be a simpleton. And the responsibility that comes with this calling of ours. Whether the person in therapy can reach his goal and get hold of his own reality, his own truth, depends in the end on the realness of the therapist. Miss that guy, even though it was 40 years ago now. So now let's stay out of this reasoning and the laboratory and the library and meditators' cushions and get into the pulse, passion, poetry, and presence of our being here now. One of my favorite poems on time is by the British poet W.H. Auden. And I'm not going to read the whole thing to you. I'm going to read just selected parts. But you'll get the idea. As I walked out one evening, is the name of the poem. As I walked out one evening, walking down Bristol Street, the crowds upon the pavement were fields of harvest wheat. And down by the brimming river, I heard a lover sing under the archway, into the arch of the railway. Love has no ending. I love you, dear, I'll love you till China and Africa meet, and the river jumps over the mountain, and the salmon sing in the street. The years shall run like rabbits, for in my arms I hold the flower of the ages, and the first love of the world. But the clocks in the city began to whir and chime. Oh, let not time deceive you. You cannot conquer time. In the burrows of the nightmare where justice naked is, time watches from the shadows and coughs where you would kiss. In headaches and in worry, vaguely life leaks away, and time will have his fancy tomorrow or today. Oh, plunge your hearts in your hands in water, plunge them in up to the wrist. Stare in the basin, and wonder what you've missed. Oh, look in the mirror. Oh, look in your distress. Life remains a blessing, though you cannot bless. Oh, stand at the window as the tears scald and start. You shall still love your crooked neighbor with your crooked heart. It was late in the evening. The lovers, they were gone. The clocks had ceased their chiming, and the deep river ran on. The horrible things that time does to our youthful idealism and naivete and hope and vision. And this is what happens. But then he comes around but life is still a blessing. And it's our job to love our crooked neighbor with our crooked heart. It's one of my favorite lines from poetry. And now this poem, Dirge Without Music by Edna St. Vincent Millay. And you might have some people that are dear to you, either because you admire them as public figures, as what they've done in history, or because they're school teachers or parents or children or somebody that's a neighbor, who knows. But anyway, this is her poem. I am not resigned to the shutting away of loving hearts in the hard ground. So it is, and so it will be, for so it has been, time out of mind. Into the darkness they go, the lovely and the wise. Crowned with lilies and with laurel they go, but I am not resigned. Lovers and thinkers, into the earth with you, be one with the dull, the indiscriminate dust. A a fragment of what you felt, of what you knew. A formula or phrase remains, but the best is lost. The answer, quick and keen, the honest look, the laughter, the love. They are gone. They are gone to feed the roses. Elegant and curled is the blossom. Fragrant is the blossom. I know, but I do not approve. More precious was the light in your eyes than all the roses in the world. Down, down, down into darkness of the grave. Gently they go, the beautiful, the tender, the kind. Quietly they go, the intelligent, the witty, the brave. I know, but I do not approve, and I am not resigned. And this is from, again, from Rilke. The ninth elegy, again, I've just taken sections of it. Why do we treasure so highly our moment of being that flutters away like leaves of a laurel, darker than all surrounding green, and little waves on every leaf, laughter of wind? Oh, why must we so mortal, avoiding destiny, sigh after destiny? Not because happiness is true, that unearned profit of certain loss, not from curiosity, or to temper the heart that still could live in the laurel, but simply because life to live is important, and we are needed by all this here and now. These ephemera that oddly concern us, we most ephemeral. Once for everything, once only. Once no more, and we too, once, and never again. But this having been once only, here on the earth, can it ever again be no more? Immeasurable being wells in my heart. So I'd like to end as we began. O Spirit of beginning of Alpha and Eros, of creation and health and love and life, thank you for this gift of being. O Spirit of ending, of Omega and Thanatos, of destruction, disease, hatred, and death, thank you for making this gift so precious. Gesang is Dasein. Song is being. Poetry, to be. As Rilke put it, not achievement, not love or passion. The real song, the real poetry is being as such. A breath round nothing, a gust in the God, a wind. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Craig. For your,
what are we to do?
Thank you for your presentation. The time is yours, so you decide what you want to do.
How much time do we have?
We have about 5 minutes. Well, 7 minutes.
Come on. Yeah.
So you choose how you want to spend your last 7 minutes as a keynote. Everything what you told us about was so impressive, so wonderful. But how all these wonderful words help you in your real therapeutic practice? For example, yesterday I had an impression that you helped drug
maybe on 5% of what you could do, really could do, and I felt you could.
But this is so he's asking, well, in a therapeutic hour, like in the time that we had together, he's asking, well, you were only doing 5% of what you could do, and that's always true. It's always true. We just have in an hour, that's all we have to live that 1 hour with a person, with everything we've got, knowing that it's never enough. But you has to be enough. And this is one of the realities that we have to accept about our lives. That I'm imperfect, the person I'm with is imperfect, but there's no one in the world like that other person. There's no one in the world like me. And there's no other relationship in history that, but I'd like to give somebody else a chance. Another question?
Okay. Well, thank you, Dr. Craig. Is there any other question from the audience that something that you would like to address? I think it is very interesting what both you and Professor Spinelli did today. You shared a lot of poetry, and I'm sure that our friend Dr. Harisiadis is going to be very happy because of his existential poetic presentation and his emphasis on poetry in a larger sense. This ability of our human nature and our being to transcend a little bit and to be able to bring in a little bit of the spiritual in our practice and in our life. And somebody else also discussed about the importance of metaphor. So I think that by bringing in the poetry, you're also bringing in the spiritual side of us. And the spiritual side of us, I think, has something to say about our relationship to time. It's almost like eternal in my mind.
Well, it has there's an idea about about death and what that does. And I don't happen to believe in an immortal soul or anything, but we continue after our death in the lives of the people that love us and we have loved and that we have met. You will certainly continue in my life, and you have changed my life by being here, and I thank you for that. I thank you for being here. But as I tell the people that I work with who are struggling with death, and I said, well, you're going to go on. What you have brought to the world is going to continue to live in the lives of those people, and in the lives of those people, and in the lives of those people, generation after generation. The only difference is your name will disappear. There will be no name, but you will go on. And so it's not just what we do with our moment, but what we do with our moment has an eternal effect. That's what you're striking me. It's what strikes me. Anyway, just our name disappears, and what's a name? I think sure a lot of names in the world. So, well, you have just really touched me by coming and just being here today, and I very much feel your presence, and I'm grateful for each of you.
Thank you.
So we have a dinner tonight?
Yes, you did a wonderful preparation for our next round of the table, for our next symposium on death as a gadfly.
Oh, that's right.
So,
we're speaking of that, we're talking about death right after this.
Right after this. So, So
Goody,
have a
goody.
nice little break, and we'll see you again. One more announcement to make. Is Louis Louis is not here. Louis Hoffman?
And okay, for our next session, we're going to have 4 different presentations, brief presentations. So the first one, it's from me, Jackie, and so we're going to start just right now. Just let me put a clock here. Okay. Okay. Hi. Well, the first presentation, I don't know if I could put this here to put the first one, please. Tran. Tran. No. Just wait a second, please. But anyway, my name is Jackie Andres Martinez. I'm coming from Mexico City. And in Mexico, to give you a little bit of background of me, I am the founder of a small institute that we call Circle of Studies on Existential Therapy. And recently, I finished a certification in something that is calling psychedelic-assisted therapy. So I want to share with you some of the things that I found during my certification and during my readings and studies over there. So my presentation is called Psychedelic-Assisted Existential Therapy Towards a New Challenge. And let me say this. If you came here hoping that I'll dole out some magic mushrooms or something during this talk, well, I'm sorry to disappoint you, but I hope we can have a very nice conversation anyway. So, during the last 10 years, we have witnessed, I'm pretty sure that you have witnesses, the same as me, that an increase in the recreational use and the experimentation with shamanic or neo-shamanic practices with psychedelics. As therapists, many of us receive more and more people who tell us about experiences with ayahuasca or yahe, or MDMA, or LSD, magic mushrooms, DMT, ketamine, and so on, so on. The list seems to be to the infinity. So this increase makes me feel very, very interested in this topic, because these experiences for my clients, for instance, could be terrifying, yes, or very confusing, of course, but also can be full of love, full of healing, or full of extraordinary beauty. Very, like a polarization, and sometimes both in the same experience for some people. So in any case, these experiences are always powerful. And the people who live these experiences it's very common that they need to talk about them with someone who doesn't think that they are crazy. At the same time, this increase has also been seen in the area of formal research. And this boom has been called the psychedelic renaissance. Because it's a boom all over the world in different areas. It's called Renaissance, especially because after the 60s, when the psychedelics use and scientific research was in vogue, and during the 70s, we experienced this big prohibition about all of these substances, because they thought, or they want to thought, at least they told us, the government, that these substances are three things. One, with non-medical use. Second, with a lot of danger of produce harm. And third, with a high possibility of produce addiction. But it's weird because with the investigation now, with the research that we have now, the three aspects are not real. So this is a window, a door that is open now, and we can go inside and check what is in the other side. So, for instance, these are some of the institutes that are making a lot of research, serious, formal research with psychedelics. For instance, they are researching about medical, therapeutic, and psychological use. Double-blind trials, studies with brain imaging. So formal studies about what can we learn from the use of these substances called psychedelics. And for me, one of the main and more important discoveries is, and this is very important, that the substance does not take the place of a medicine that seeks to solve the problem, but rather an amplifier of the therapeutic process. That's what we call now the psychedelic-assisted therapy. And this is a change of paradigm, because we are not thinking about these substances as the magic pill, as a magic bullet, but instead of that, as an amplifier of the therapeutic process, of the exploration, of the open new windows to different possibilities. In this way, I was very interested in that. So, as an existential therapist, of course, I asked to myself, well, what place does existential therapy occupy in this movement? And, during my certification, I found a very, very nice surprise, at least for me. And is that a lot of the proposals that the psychedelic-assisted therapy has are in a similar way, in a very similar way of thinking as existential therapy, existential phenomenological therapy, at least in the way I understand it. Mm-hmm. But let me share with you what have in common, or why I think they are two paths that you can walk in a parallel way. Well, okay. Mm-hmm. First, the first aspect is that in both paradigms is very consistent the message that we are body, that we don't have a body, more than we are body. And all our expression as a human being is always through body, is through embodiment. We are embodiment of the world, moment by moment. So this is something that during the psychedelic experiences, a lot of people have this kind of experience in the first hand, in their own bodies, in their consciousness. And now it's something that it's also in the theory of psychedelic-assisted therapy, a perspective of human beings always starting from the body. Interesting. The second one is the invitation to a beginner's mind. That's the way they say it. They say that we have an invitation to a beginner's mind. And when I listen to this, I say, wow, they are talking about the phenomenological attitude. That we can approach to every phenomenon, to every reality, to every situation with an open mind, that we don't really know what is going on. We don't really know what it's about, but we can have a dialogue about it and try to discover something, or try to learn something from it. The third is a relational paradigm. A lot of people during the psychedelic experience have the experience of connection. Connection with themselves, connection with others, connection with nature, connection with the universe, connection with God, everything. And this experience is also in the paradigm of the psychedelic-assisted therapy now, is that the recognition that in order to help or to accompany these people who are having these kind of experiences, we need to start from a relational paradigm. We need to start from a point of view that we are not in relationships, like we can go in relationship and go out of relationships. More of that is like we are made of relationships. We emerge from a web of relationships that are present at every moment. The next one is a non-intervention or exploratory orientation. And that means an approach that doesn't try to change the other, doesn't try to fix or to heal. It's more open, just trying to know a little bit more about his experience or her experience or their experience. We are trying to open a space to dialogue about whatever appears in their consciousness. The next one is experience as a non-linear process. You know, that we cannot think time as just a line with past, present, and future. It's a non-linear process, especially in experience. We can go back and forward and circular many, many times. So this is in the paradigm of the psychedelic-assisted therapies. And it's very existential oriented at the same time. And the last one, and it's my favorite, that above all, we need to remember that at the end, there is a mystery that we don't understand. And we never, and I hope we never understand it. Because in this way, we continue to open our eyes, open our sight, try to learn more, experience more about this huge mystery. So all of these aspects are for me very interesting because they have a lot of parallels between these two possibilities, psychedelic-assisted therapy and existential therapy. So, but we need to realize, we need to accept that by now, these are still illegal substances in most countries today. But there is a good change because all of this research that is proceeding now, that in the near future, we will see the emergence of a psychedelic-assisted existential therapy. Why not? But of course, we need to do it better than in the 60s. We need to avoid all those mistakes. We need to do it with responsibility. We need to do it with research. We need to do it with dialogue. That's why I think we need to be ready for these kind of developments because they are already here. You know, even if we don't know, they are already here. They are happening everywhere. So are we ready for these developments? So thank you. Okay, well, we're going to have time for questions at the end. So I'm going to go with the next exposer now. Thank you. No?
I think I speak for many of us when we say very disappointing, or there's no free samples. Very well. I will speak in a certain way about the unconscious. And it's not something we've heard a lot. There has been many interesting topics we heard, but the idea of an unconscious is, of course, an uncomfortable one. When I talked about people of why I talked about this, they say, how can you combine existential theory with psychoanalysis? Well, we are, after all, animals of meaning. We look for meaning everywhere, even where there is none. Our brains are even capable to find meaning. There's a specific thing called pareidolia. For example, we see faces where there are none, and we see meaning where there is none sometimes. So the idea of an existential psychoanalysis is perfectly fine with me, even though not for many. But we need to look beyond this because the idea of an unconscious and a presence is as interesting as the idea that it doesn't exist at all. And they said, oh no, I don't believe in the unconscious. Very well. But in the clinical practice, there is a lot of ideas that are supported in that. Now, it's an interesting work we have to do to unravel the labyrinths of the human mind. And it's very difficult. We have a very difficult task, as very well Spinelli put it. We have an impossible task. And we're doomed to fail one way or another. So we need to be careful with what we say. We need to be careful with the idea of the rhetorics of wellness and promising people a well-being, a solution, or even demanding one. So we are faced with many of the problems we had 2,500 years ago. I talk a lot about the Greeks, the ancient Greeks, and they faced the same problems we now face. So there is, in a way, a certain inclination. I don't know the exact word of translation in Spanish, but it's more, let's say, an instinct for meaning. We look it everywhere, and we need it. So with the patients, we have to look for, let's say, an anagnosis. An anagnosis is a term used by Aristotle. It's the moment of a play where the character realizes something, where the veil is taken away. For example, let's say Oedipus, and the moment he realizes he committed all things he tried to avoid. So we need to look for that in our patients. But that's not pleasant. And we need to deal with the unpleasantness our task entails. We deal with suffering, not with happiness. We need to accompany our patients throughout the suffering. So, of course, we'd like our patients to be well, to be doing good in life. But we also need to understand that suffering is unavoidable. We can't escape it. Is despair the basic condition of the human being? We are born into despair. We are born into a sense of loss. Existing is suffering. I'd like to recommend certain authors. For example, a philosopher called Émile Cioran, for anyone who would like a little suffering extra. So he says there is no objective measure for suffering. And that's what we deal with, subjectivity. That's why, as much as Freud wanted it, psychology and psychoanalysis could never be a science per se, because it cannot be replicated. There is no one function that works for all. So, yeah, I'm not very optimistic about all of this. Sorry if I got you in a bad mood. But I think we are, after all, the Virgils of our patients. We need to be able to walk through hell. We need to know it very well ourselves. That's why it's very difficult to be very optimistic about all our work. So, of course, we came here wanting to work with ideas and play and be able to enjoy ourselves. We also need to talk about different problems, like the enormous numbers of suicide per year. That's our job as existentialists. We need to deal with the idea of suicide and why it happens. And, well, suicide, the wars, and the idea that there is no other explanation to war other than, okay, nations got into some trouble. There is an interesting letters between Einstein and Freud. Einstein asked Freud, why war? And Freud gave an explanation and talked about the violence within ourselves. So we need to be able to know it. We need to be able to understand the nature of humankind. Of course, it's a different task and different schools of thought are placed. I come to defend psychoanalysis as a very good way of understanding humanity and all the darkness it has, because it will not go away. Even if the war in Ukraine ends tomorrow, even if every nation goes in peace, we find ourselves dealing with hunger, things will still be difficult because we make it ourselves difficult. And that will not go away. Let me know the time. 5 minutes. So we need to be careful. And there is quite a lot of responsibility in our work, but we do not have the answers. We do not have the manual to happiness or even to meaning itself. That's why I said we're Virgil. We're already in hell. We need to accompany let's say, our Dantes through it, but we can't go to heaven. No one comes to psychologists to tell how happy they are. So we haven't heard a lot about the unconscious here, and it's perfectly fine. But let's not be too eager to abandon the idea, not too eager to discard it as meaningless, because we can say a lot about humanity and even human history. I'll a phrase of Dostoevsky in Notes of the Underground. We can say a lot of things about human history, but we can't say it's rational. Now, I'd like to leave all of you with a phrase, and I believe the Greeks know it very well, but it's the phrase that was placed in Delphi, in the oracle, the place where people went for answers. And that it could very well be placed in any psychologist's workspace. And it goes like this: heed these words, you who wish to probe the depths of nature. If you do not find within yourself that which you seek, neither will you find it outside. If you ignore the wonders of your own house, how do you expect to find other wonders? In you is hidden the treasure of treasures. Know thyself, and you will know the universe and the gods. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you. Our next presenter is Maria Laura Acid.
Buenas tardes. Bueno, yo voy a hablar en representación del equipo.
I will talk on behalf of my team. I'm with Julia Casanova, Maria del Carmen Cardini. We are a team. We work as supervisors of students that are studying psychology and are about to graduate as to get their bachelor's degree in Mendoza, Argentina.
Do you know if there are translations for Spanish to English?
I think so. And yes. And you can have the headphones on the outside. In this way, if you doesn't understand Spanish, you can understand her presentation. Thank you.
Okay. Ok. Bueno, pero me parece que hace me da difícil traducirlo al mismo tiempo. No, bueno, sigo para los que entiendan español y después, bueno, para la siguiente. Ok. Bueno, vamos de vuelta. Espero que los que sean que...
So let's go again. We are working as supervisors. We support students that are about to graduate as psychologists. They can do professional practice at different institutions. For instance, they go to hospitals, health centers, schools, and they can choose between 4 possible lines. Existential is one of them. And they should do 30 hours under supervision. The supervision space is conducted with several groups, and we want to talk about those spaces. One of the subjects present in the training of psychologists is the supervision state. Supervision is made up by Latin, and it means action and effect of revising the work done by others. It has the intention of looking at something from a different position in order to obtain a better view and a new approach and solutions and visions. Supervision is very important because it gives us an opportunity to develop skills. And most of the definitions of supervision highlights its effect on the promotion of professional development and protection of the safety of those who consult us. And it's good to improve experience and expertise. It's a type of intervention with 3 main functions: training, strengthening, and regulating skills. It allows us to review the experiences and identify the essential factors. The exercise of building a global reach is complex. There have been different definitions that will allow us to understand the complexity of this space. Among the classifications, some are broken down into 3 groups based on the main psychotherapeutical theories, and others that propose models: evolutionary model, problem resolution, or competencies. The clinical supervision space is one of the pillars of professional practices, and it is a strategy and a structural foundations of the training of psychologists. The supervision space, from the existential phenomenological perspective, it is characterized by, for driving personal and group work. The vision of the therapist is being in the world, autonomous, responsible for himself, constantly learning. The role of the supervisor is to facilitate group dialogue, and he's also an educator. It collaborates in the development of competencies and powers. The existential phenomenological supervision is based on dialogue, emphasizing the exchange between peers, the different practitioners, and considering other points of views. So the supervision group provides emotional support in a constant search of trying to find the professional practice. In the space of supervision of supervised professional practices, we were taking into account the approach of the existential analysis that has as a theory 4 motivations of existence, and as a procedure and methodology, the personal existential analysis method based on the phenomenological method typical of existential lines. So, there is collaboration, respect for the other promoted. There is hypotheses and questions made by students in order to plan and organize their field work and do it as best as they can. So, emotions are expressed and we encourage them to talk about how they feel. We encourage the participation of all practitioners, contributing to what can be done in the different cases and participating actively together with the supervisors in order, always safeguarding the identity. So, the existential analysis is based in order to work with groups and individuals, considering the human being as a being in the world, and the framework of reference for consciousness is the other one, and for the personal attitude of the individual. Personality and existence depend on the encounter. The relations live and thrive on encounters, and they are personalized through encounters. The encounter is commitment. The medium is dialogue. It's the process that makes the relationship be conscious, because each one relates to the world and how it is positioned to act authentically. Dialogue nourishes work. Dialogue personalizes relations between them. Supervision is the maintenance of the relationships through dialogue. The promotion of dialogue in a team is therefore the core of the practice of the supervisor. It provides the framework and the means. Its purpose is to improve work satisfaction and efficacy. A pillar is theoretical construction, comprehending the fundamental theories of existence. So, this also implies that there should be a psychodynamic group, integral and comprehensive and global dynamics. The theories of fundamental motivations of existence. There are 4 basic tasks for the development of a full life. First, person and the world. In the first motivation, we try to reach conditions to be and in the world. Second, to relate to your life. Third, to reach the conditions in order to reach personal identity. And 4, to open up in order to enter relations in a broader context. The existential analysis is a therapeutic strategy in order to guide the person to live with internal approval. And the starting point is to move the capacity of the human being to decide. It's a method that tries to comprehend the human being fully and globally. The therapeutical objectives try to help consultants find inner authentic positions and responsibly express and act. It allows consultants to assess their existence, contemplate their needs, and understand themselves, to then be able to talk to the world, which enables people to gain degrees of freedom. And emotions are presented as a road inwards to the center of being. And this will impoverish the being of the individual if it is not well developed. The process model for the analytical existential supervision space is conceived as a dialogic exchange space to enable the development of clinical, diagnostic, and therapeutic positions. The process is guided through the implementation of the phenomenological and the personal existential analysis method. The phenomenological method entails three moments: construction, deconstruction, and reconstruction. The AEP method implies a process with three phases: impression, position taking, and expression. We are not going to delve into that because this was developed at Langley yesterday. In the supervision space, we work around three questions. This is a contribution of Marta Guberman. What is it the client needs? It's important that the practitioner can ask this question. What is it that the consulting party needs? And the other two questions have to do with the practitioner. What can I do for this consulting party? It has to do with professional practice. What are the elements that I have available? What are the methods to be able to support this person in his personal process? And the last question is, can I commit? This has to do with practitioners as well. It has to do with reviewing the positions, prior positions regarding conception of health and sickness, prejudices, limitations, emotionality, in order to be able to make a personal decision and get committed to supporting each consulting party. And we should commit to the group process as well.
La experiencia porque se pueden dar intercambios muy nutritivos. Muchas gracias.
Gracias, María Laura. Now, our next presenter is Diana Esther Miguel.
Ahí va, ahí va. Bueno, voy a poner cronómetro también para no pasarme. Ahí vamos. Espero. No se me ve, soy muy petiza. Ok, ya lo hizo Eric Craig, ¿por qué no lo iba a hacer yo?
Well, see, if Eric Craig did it, why shouldn't I? Now I do feel on top of the world. Good afternoon, I am Diana Esther Miguel. I am from Buenos Aires, Argentina. I hope that the interpreter helps you understand me. I teach in the University of Salvador and the university, and I have created a psychotherapeutic space both for the training of existential psychologists and as a clinical practice. And I will try, between what I see and what I can't see, to talk to you about our idea of freedom. Freedom is something that is built into us. But I am here to argue that we must conquer it. We must learn how to use it. It is not only built into us. But I think we must begin talking about health. And I wanted to share with you a definition of health. Health. A healthy person is whoever, through one's ambivalence and from one's freedom, tries to be in harmony towards a global fraternity, to construct and feel the mystery that must be discovered, allowing all this process in order to enjoy unity in the diversity that pertains to the relation. So here we see various terms that we link to health, such as the fact of flowing, going up and down, but always flowing, always upwards, but never being totally healthy. Ambivalence shows the mixture of everything that we are. That is part of health. However, in disease, we find what is static, what is not in movement, what is imprisoned, such as us being enclosed in the prison of our feelings. Health has to do with reaching the possibility of being something and also something else. And this is the ambivalence I am talking about now. Unity and diversity in being in a relation are also aspects of health. And looking for meaning is also an aspect of health, but feeling in a lack of meaning is an aspect of disease. Now, before moving on, and in order to explain to you this image, I must share with you, I don't know where to put my papers, I want to share with you that if a being is in a relation, or the patient is in a relation, with whom is our patient in a relation? With us, the therapists. Now, the first sentence is from Father Juan Jose Milano, who says that our nature encloses its own conditions of overcoming, growth, and healing. And this leads me to speak of something that we call a double path. That means not only that we relate to our clients at a professional level, but also at a personal level. The non-neutrality. I believe that neutrality is impossible. And as it is impossible, it is my own being which relates to the other. If I see that and that we acknowledge that our inside is not exactly a field of roses, and I think that in the limits, in the suffering, and in the mud from which my client comes to see me, I acknowledge my own limits, my own dirt, my own mud. So how am I expected to help the other person if I cannot be at peace with my own limits and my own mud? Now see in this photo that the person helping the other person to come out from the mud is also covered in mud. We are not the healthy ones in this story. We are equal to our clients. And that is what existentialism says. It is a relation between two subjects. We simply assume a different role. So if I am at peace with my own limits and my own mud, then I will be able to reach the other. And it's not only about relating to the other from my wealth or from my weakness. No, it is from both that I need to start walking. Only then can I ask from the other to be him or herself, from him or herself. Now let's move on to the next slide. We will talk about freedom, self-determination, and giving in. Now, we said that freedom is relational. Now, let's talk about a hypothetical situation in which someone comes and says, I do not argue with anyone. We could say theoretically that the decision or the will to separate is what defines it. Yes, that could occur. Now, if that is a condition that is repeating itself in that person, is never at odds with anyone because he cannot support being rejected or arguing with other people, then this behavior is not always on the side, is not also on the side of repetition and not freedom. Sorry, I have a hair in my mouth. Everything can happen when one has crazy hair like mine. Like Yaki, for example, has a ponytail, a wise move, but if I pull my hair back, all my white hair will show. There, see, I cannot but joke. And my husband is also filming me. So we understand that there are different ways of relating to others which are linked to repetition and therefore more to disease rather than to health. So if we help our client to deploy the self-determination and say, well, I would like to be able to do something else, and we help our clients be able to do that, that's fantastic. We are helping our client to grow in freedom. But if it is freedom that has to do with ourselves, that is different. And freedom must be complemented by surrender. And there I am diving a bit deeper into what I want. I'm going to read this because in order to step further into freedom and being able to argue, I decide not to do so unless it is an act of surrender to the other. When I realize that I can do that, but I decide to not do it because I surrender to that other person. Now, in this culture where we are today of empowerment, of me, where my desire is more important than the desire of others, what am I saying is crazy. Why? I'm the one who can do it. I'm talking, I am. I'm so important. And all of a sudden, no. I believe that this culture is a group narcissism. I don't even know how this is called in English, but it's like an apology of the navel, where I consider that I am the one who is worth. Looking at one's navel. When the relation to other people is reduced to the satisfaction of my desire, that is not absolute freedom. Freedom becomes full through surrender. Now I need to go on or else I will be left without time. But as my friend here said, that in this passion of being centered in oneself, the only thing that human beings have accomplished is to lose their access, to lose their center. And that is why people are so desperately looking for a meaning. What I propose is in order to lose our center through surrender, so as to return to this center. So there will always be more freedom in the election of uniting, but from the basis of not being tied to anything. And the more we surrender, the more full we feel through self-determination. What is it that I surrender to the other? Especially when I surrender to my client, all my dramatic existence. Dramatic because it is not comedy, it is not tragedy, the end is not written yet. It is my mixture of wealth and of weakness. We are not angels. Of course, we do not only give, we also take. And this is a constant tension to decentralize ourselves in order to become centralized once again. And now something even more polemic. If being is to be in a relation from its constitution, not only because it is conceived within another person and by another person, but because the divine also partakes in this, because God is a relation. God is a relation of love. I know there are many people who don't believe in God, but there are also many people who don't believe in the law of gravity. But if I leave this, it will fall. It doesn't care about whether I believe in it or not. So God is what makes the world go round for those who believe in Him and for those who don't believe in Him as well. So I am called from my constitution to become full through surrender. And it is through love, as Ana Maria read to us today, or Teresa read to this. Love as agape, not love as eros, unconditional love, so that we are not confused for those who were not in the morning session. Surrendering to the other, that is true freedom. So, to sum up, health is relational, and therefore so is freedom. In surrender, there is complete freedom, and this love that we receive through grace, giving this love occurs through surrender, and that's where our freedom becomes full. And it is always more than love. And this is polemic. I like being polemic, so I will talk about love. Love pertains to psychic
That
dynamism.
is why, in its source,
in its origins,
disorder in love is psychic love.
Psychic disorder. So I ask myself, if disorder in love is the origin of psychic
disorder,
how to not put
why
love
can't
in play
we
when
put love at stake if we are trying to help another one?
It would be like falling,
hurting my knee and putting a band-aid on the elbow. If I fall on my knees, are you listening to the interpretation? Okay. Yes, okay, interpretation is working. Okay, very well. So we are talking about our therapeutic being. We are all existentialists, psychologists, and therapists. So this loving delivery or surrender is the best healing act. And this is also good not only for the patient, because on top of that, what's happening to him now, the patient is more than his symptoms. It's worthy of being loved. And there is a phrase that I love that is to empower what's good before fighting what's sick, to empower what's good because it's there inside the other one. And I insist, it doesn't matter. It doesn't, my look, my view can put him in order. The loving being, 1 minute. I have 1 minute to go. So why for both of them? Why is it healing for both? Because we are a mix of darkness and light, because our mud is as dirty as the others, because the shell of our patients is reflected on ours. So if from the mud of our nose we can give freedom to our yes, we can help the other one to give himself freely. That is our mission, to accompany, receive as a gift and as a task. And finally, this is the most important yes. Yes to what's healthy. In that gap where you see news filtering where we can rescue the other. Okay, what's healthy about the other one is there. The only thing we need is to go for him. And if you don't see it, you should guess it because it's there. It's my experience. In 30 years, in more than 30 years of experience, what is healthy in the patient is there. And from there, you can bring him back. Home is himself. Time is up. That pain, heart in pain, is home to its own healing. So, it's only steps that I propose in this path that makes us free, and these are steps that we had to tread, that Christ showed to us in order to become a bridge, so that through my view and perspective, I can see His. So let me play the video, please. It's time for the next presenter. Can I show the video, please? Well, do it quickly then.
Creo que el video no quiere. Ay, sí quiere. Mientras arranco, recién escuchábamos a Eric desde el cuentito de Heidegger con San Pedro y el hipopótamo, y lo que le preguntaba. Y yo digo que cuando lleguemos hacia arriba no nos van a preguntar ni en cuántos congresos estuvimos ni cuántos libros.
When we get up, they won't ask us how many people. They won't ask us how many papers we wrote, but how many people we helped. You must love the clay in your hands. You should love its sadness up to madness. And if not, don't do anything. Silvio Rodriguez is the singer. So, Maria Laura, if you want to go on with your presentation, please.
Solo el amor alumbra lo que.
Bueno, ¿qué tal? Este tema que voy a compartir es la primera vez que lo hago en público. Es un tema que vengo...
This is the first time I talk about this in public.
Espero poder plasmar en un proyecto para trabajar con adolescentes promoviendo la convivencia armónica.
I work with adolescents promoting harmonious coexistence, starting from peace. So, a peaceful community is a goal to be achieved. In this context, adolescents move towards adulthood, and they have to consolidate their identity, develop morally, and strengthen interpersonal relations. Education is conceived as a crucial instrument for transformation, social and cultural transformation, and the learning communities can become ideal scenarios to support this passage through adolescence, consolidating culture for peace, promoting autonomy, freedom, and responsibility. To generate creative models and standards of living creating mutual appreciation between groups and nations. So, in this paper, we present contributions from the contemporary existential analysis of Alfred Lango. We promote actions aimed at empowering harmonious school coexistence in order to train free and educate free citizens by holding workshops for high school students in order to promote responsible actions with themselves and with the world. To coexist in peace is a huge challenge. Although peace refers to positive steps, there are periods where this has been overcome by war. Peace is always desired, but there is always a paradox. It is attained between wars. There are studies on peace implying scientific research of peaceful conditions for resolution of violence. They are an applied social science that receives contributions from different disciplines, among them psychology. The evolution of the concepts of violence and peace flow parallelly and in an interconnected manner. Violence is understood as everything that is avoidable and prevents human development. It has to do with direct or physical violence, structural violence, and cultural violence. So everything that in the environment of culture promotes or legitimizes violence through silence and social apathy. Cultural violence doesn't kill or mutilate as direct violence or uses exploitation as violence incorporated in a structure, but it is used to legitimize both. For Jiménez Bautista, given the cultural violence, we need peace, that is, the active implication of people in the task of reducing cultural violence, applying dialogue as a method. So, we conceive peace as the capacity to transform in a creative manner and non-violent manner all conflicts. Galtung, in his approach called transformation of conflicts by peaceful means, is trying to transform the conflicts from the grassroots so the involved parties can face this. It is failure in transformation of conflict what leads to violence. For the transcendental approach, peace depends on transformation and the relationship between parties in conflict, and violence becomes the result of a non-transformed conflict. The transformation of the conflict needs transcendence, going beyond the objectives of the parties, so as to create a reality for them to develop and thrive together. Now, polarization and frustration can lead to violence. Galtung says that the goal is depolarizing by humanizing. It means a more comprehensive view of myself and of the other. The task could be structure the inner world in a comprehensive manner, identifying what's negative in myself and what's positive in the other. Violence is an exercise of power that can be manifested anywhere. It's a force that wants to be the solution, excluding all the rest. Cultural violence is opposed to peace culture. To overcome that root of the culture of peace, we need to set in motion the principles of education for peaceful coexistence. So, there is an approach pursuing the culture for peace. It is education for and about conflict. Peace is the overarching layer. Conflict is transformed by communities and people in a creative, positive, and non-violent manner. To promote peace, it is necessary to change the perception of conflict and the way we approach it. So we had to work workshops with the students, secondary school students, from the perspective of education for peace and the contributions made by the contemporary existential analysis by Langler. So we had to work on the dialogue model proposed by the personal existential analysis method, offering then a space for interpersonal dialogue, accepting differences without feeling threatened. So the intention is to open up in order to relate to yourself and to others. This implies a phenomenological attitude to be able to leave aside the preconceived notions of how something should be or somebody should be, and the opinions, beliefs, and prejudices in order to be able to listen and see again and allow ourselves to be moved and influenced by what's happening without moving on to action and without being terrorized about our own emotions, to live our own emotions in order to be able to see what's valuable. It's the beginning for the understanding. Instead of being beaten by fear or anger, we can capture the message transmitted by our own emotions, be able to protect what's at stake for us without tolerating violence. So we can develop the capacity in order to support what we cannot comprehend now without feeling threatened.
¿Cómo comprende el otro lo que está pasando? ¿Puedo comprender su perspectiva? De esta manera, nuestra comprensión personal y situacional no será aislada ni egocéntrica, sino relacional. Podemos preguntarnos, ¿qué es lo esencial para cada uno de nosotros en esta situación? ¿Puedo comprenderme? ¿Y cuál es mi postura sobre lo que está ocurriendo? Después de poder integrar lo que comprendí desde mi experiencia,
After being able to integrate what I have understood as my experience towards the other and what I do not understand yet, finds one's personal position involves being able to stand by others, even through our difference or our different points of view. We must also understand the existence of different viewpoints and be able to defend what is our own without reacting aggressively or feeling in danger. Once we have found our own personal position through this process of understanding, we will be free to decide how to act and assume the responsibility involved in our decision as well as its possible consequences. This way of proceeding will maintain us free and available to dialogue with others. The suggestion is to work on dialogue as an interpersonal understanding on the basis of dignity and responsibility to attain the creative transformation through unavoidable disagreements. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Gracias. We just have maybe 5 minutes if you have any questions or comments to any of the presenters. Únicamente tenemos unos 5 minutos para hacer algún comentario hacia alguno de los presentadores. Any
¿Castellano o en inglés?
Como quieras.
Depende a quién se la vas a hacer.
No, a Héctor.
A Héctor, en inglés, él presentó en inglés.
Esther. Esther.
Ah, Esther.
No, Esther,
en español.
Es Diana.
Como les luthier. Okay.
Háblame en inglés y te escucho por acá.
The question was whether to ask the question in English or in Spanish. I was thinking about everything you said when talking about love and love for oneself and love for the other. I'm also from Buenos Aires. And I believe that what comes into play there is affective responsibility. I would like to hear your opinion on whether you believe, or on to what extent can one surrender and remain true to oneself, surrender and love the other while maintaining one's love for oneself. And of course, love to oneself is different from the love that the other needs and what we can surrender to the other. It is a difficult balance to strike. It is difficult also to care for the other when this could be a false caring, in a sense. When you surrender to the other, when you love someone else, you don't necessarily share that person's way of behaving or seeing things. You love unconditionally. I'm listening to my own voice. When I respect the way you construct your meaning, I am loving you despite the fact that we might think differently. I don't need to think as you think. If you are my patient, you have your own way, and I will utterly respect that because that is my way of loving you through a loving gaze which respects you simply because you are, not because you are this or that way, simply because you are. And because that way you will be able to come back to your center. It's as simple as that, not because I believe that I have the truth and I have to lead you somewhere through this love or surrendering. It is agape, it is unconditional love. But of course, I do agree with you, and that is why I said it is polemic. Because of course there is a struggle between what is said and what is heard. But if we surrender, then this surrendering is what makes freedom full. Any more comments or questions, suggestions, anecdotes, complaints?
Thank you. Just a quick question to Marcos. Some people sometimes say that the body is the unconscious, and I'm just wondering about your view on that.
Where is the mind? You can't pinpoint it to any place. In psychiatry, it's a little bit like brain-mind, one absolute entity. But the mind is a metaphysical construction we create in order to understand us. So I think, no, the body interacts with the unconscious. That's why the Freudian unconscious is an intelligent unconscious. So it plays tricks. It symbolizes certain parts of the body. That's why the psychosomatic has a school of psychosomatic psychoanalysis. But no, it's the simple question would be, the answer would be no. The body is the body. It interacts with the unconscious, but it's a different entity. That's why psychiatry can't even deal with the idea of an unconscious. So yeah, that's the simple answer.
Thank you. Maybe we have time for one more or just to say goodbye.
Hello. Bueno, yo lo voy a hacer en español, es para ti, Jackie. Nosotros
My
trabajamos
question is in Spanish, and it is for you, Jackie. We work in accompanying patients with traditional Mexican medicine. We conduct ceremonies that use mushrooms and peyote. Our question has to do with the beginning of an exploration that we like to do. The way you accompany someone in your office, is it experiential with the medicine, with the clients, in a lived setting? We begin in a group setting and then one by one. How do you do it? Can I answer in English, or would you want me to do it in Spanish?
Somebody here who is already working with this kind of substances. But the clue is something that you said before, that you work based upon the Wixárika tradition. So you are working in a shamanic or neo-shamanic way of working. So of course, the therapeutic tradition have a lot to learn from the shamanic tradition because it's have centuries or a millennial, So the therapeutic tradition is new compared with the shamanic traditions. Anyway, when I try to work from the psychotherapeutic or therapeutic paradigm, we are working with something in mind that nowadays this is still illegal. In the shamanic traditions, they can do it through their rituals and all that stuff. But in the therapeutic tradition, this is still illegal. So I don't work with that in that way, because it is illegal. What I do is to receive people who want to go to those kind of shamanic experiences of shamanic, sometimes shamanic, traditional, sometimes neo-shamanic, people who just try to imitate or something like that. And people who want to approach these kind of experiences can come to my office and tell me and ask me to help them to be in a better way to approach experience, so I can help them in this way. And sometimes it's mostly after, because I have so many clients that come to me or came and say, Jackie, I just had a peyote experience a few weeks ago, and I don't know how to do with this. I have this experience with peyote, with ayahuasca, with whatever, and I need to talk about it. And I don't have nobody who I can talk about this. So this is what we call the integration process. And nowadays, the main work for us, as in the therapeutic paradigm, is in the integration process. When a lot of people are having these kind of experiences and they don't have how to integrate the experience, they don't know how, because the shamanism traditions or the neo-shamanic traditions is almost doesn't work to that level. They just give them the experience and a brief integration, and that's all. Because inside the traditions, they have a whole culture for that. They have a whole worldview to help them to integrate. But what happened when people from the city go to Wirikuta and have these kind of experiences, and next day he tried to return to his office and work in his everyday life. In these cases, it's very difficult. So in these cases is where we can help a lot to these people if we learn a little bit more about how psychedelics works. Yeah, thank you. There's one, and we stop in there, right? Just to briefly.
Bueno, primero agradecer a todo el panel, muy interesante las
Okay, I
ponencias.
would like to ask by thanking all the participants in this roundtable, which I thought was very interesting. Now, I want to comment on what we said about working for peace in adolescence, because what we see is that bullying, grooming, all these new ways, all these new modes of violence against schoolmates are on the rise in our countries, and we must take this seriously. We must not repress the violence, but actually listen to it and open it up. I believe that this approach is a valuable contribution. We must allow the parts to express themselves and say, what is it in this situation that hurts them, that touches them, and that we solve the problem rather than covering it up or just punishing it. So I believe this is a very valuable approach, and I do wish you have the capacity and the space to go deeper into this, because today's teenagers are tomorrow's adults.
Last one, please.
Thank you. The comment is off the mic and cannot be interpreted.
I think it's, what do you think? As for me, it's some passion and bad passion, because really, again, it's so stark some psychosis. And this kind of passion, I don't think about legal or illegal, not about this, but it's very, sometimes we have some passion about outside or big data news or something else, and I think it's maybe artificial influence. What do you think about that passion?
Yeah, thank you. I agree that there is some kind of fashion about this, and that's what I mean when I said that we are assisted now like a boom that is called the psychedelic renaissance, and that's at the same time what I mean when I say we need to take care about to commit the same mistakes that the researching committed in the 60s, because there's a lot of mistakes that was committed in the 60s, and we want to avoid those mistakes. How? Try to take care of the situation. Try to do it with a lot of responsibility, little by little, and knowing that psychedelics, they are not a magic bullet. The psychedelics are not for everyone. A lot of people must avoid psychedelics. You know? There's not for everyone. There's not for any moment. There's not for any context. We need to take care of a lot of things. So we need to talk about it. We need symposiums about that, but in a good way, you know, because there is already happened anyway. So if this is already happening, so we need to do it well, because in these substances, there are a lot of power, a lot of promise. And I hope we can manage to do better than we do it earlier. So thank you. Thank you very much for this conversation. And see you tomorrow, or in dinner, or in the museum, or whatever. See you tomorrow.